Oh! Hold on! I gotta go back here. Now we're good to go. No more blue background. Hi, everyone. Hi, Dark. Hi, Bears. And you know, why can't we all just be first? Hold on, I forgot to pop out my thing. And hi, McQueen and Giraffe. Hello. I don't think I've seen your name in a second. Welcome, and let me make sure I have that set as well. Let me hold on. What's the button? It's always a tricky part of making sure I know the right things. You know, I think I have it all nice and done, but nah. Nah, never. But I hope you're all doing well, and to those who have celebrated Thanksgiving, I hope yours was fun and enjoyable. I had a nice, relaxing one. Got to have desserts, play some games here and there. How are you all doing aside from that? Get up to anything fun this week, huh? I hope so. Yeah, hello, welcome. And hi, chum. What a surprise, yeah, super early. My. Showing off, are we? Is it sick? Oh no! I hope you feel better soon, at least. Yeah, being sick's never fun. I've been sick all week, but then Thanksgiving hit, and my body just decided it is food time. No longer shall we be sick, and since then I've been feeling far better. I'm better, I'm ready, I'm in the mood. I tried to get some programming done for this week, and I realize as I'm talking, the timer hasn't started to let me go ahead and do that. I tried to get some programming done this week, and hi, Green Bear, welcome to stream, welcome back. Yeah, I tried to get some programming done this week, and I did. I got a few things done, a few tweaks here and there. However, I have run into a bug that I don't know how to solve. I'm kind of hoping mayhaps someone might know the answer, but I don't know. You'll see. You'll see what I mean, as it's a weird bug, and I think I was in the process of attempting to fix it, and we can see if I did fix it, as I tried. And one thing leads to the other, where you fix something and then you don't fix something, and one bug fixing leads to 3 bugs. And I did go through a few, fix some things, tweak some systems, added some performance updates, so I attempted to do some things overall. Your body was like, we getting turkey. Nah, not turkey. I am a ham enjoyer, not a turkey enjoyer. I'm ham, delicious. Turkey, nah, you could have it, you can keep it. And food is food. I think that's how, what is it, an Incredibles meme? That's hitting the table. Agreed, and did someone say bug? I did, and hopefully, you know what? I don't want to run into any insects. Not here. No, don't wanna. No, keep them away. Don't want them here. Let me scoot up. Let me get all nice and comfy. As today we're gonna be productive. Today we are gonna do so many things. Maybe, hopefully, probably not. Probably gonna do one thing, get it off the list, and then hit a wall. That's usually how programming goes, though, isn't it? You start off fun and relaxing and then bam. But we'll see. I'm hoping for fun to happen. As last time we did update some things, so I finished updating it so we wouldn't have to do it this stream. So we're starting something new and I'm hoping it'll be fun. What I want to do is have some sort of, what's the word? What do you can call it? A level maker? Maybe that's it. Some way to have a system where it won't be too tricky to implement tutorials and everything, and I have ideas. The question is, can I make those ideas reality? Who knows? I don't, but we'll see. I'm overall very hyped and excited, and what was it, for Black Friday? Today is Black Friday, isn't it? Yeah. It is. I got some games. I've got some games to play, and the games I've been trying to get more into playing pixel art games recently, and let me open up my Steam for a second so I can go ahead and check it out. I've been trying to get into the process of playing more pixel art streams, and hi Wrath, welcome to stream, welcome back. Nice to see you. What coffee are we having today? As I am in recovery from desserts. Today we have a mostly black coffee with a hint of cream and just a bit of sugar. Mostly plain. Usually I have coffee stained milk, and this time around I'm having usually I have milk stained coffee, which is just all milk with just a drop of coffee. But this time around it's all coffee with a drop of milk. This time cream. So it's a little bit of a difference here. I didn't want to do too much cream. I've already had my fill in creams and sugars. And Celeste it is. I do have Celeste. And yeah, I want to see. Tomorrow we're doing Minecraft. And ooh, black coffee. It's not completely black. I just said it has sugar in it. It's mostly coffee though. Usually my ratio's about 70% coffee. No, 70% milk, 30% coffee is how I usually like my coffee. Quote unquote coffee. This time around though, it's been about 80, I'd say maybe 80-90% coffee, and this time around 10% milk, because I wanted less cream today. Water in my throat. Okay, where was I? Right, Celeste. We have Celeste, and I also got a game called, where's that? Little Witch in the Woods, which I thought was really cute. It's in early development, so it's not patched. It's a little buggy here, but I did want to show one thing before we get started, as I thought it was very cute. And it's a witchy game. It had ideas that I wanted, and so that's one of the reasons why I did it. I usually try to find games I can get inspired by. It will let me, hold on. I want to save it, and then if I do this, can I can. Look at this. Just want to show you really quickly. Look at this, the way what's it called? The seats? Look at the seats! Look how shiny they are! I was playing it and I just thought to myself, man, if I can make my seats as shiny as those shininesses, and look at the tablecloths and the rose and the flowers. It's very pretty. A little buggy, but pretty regardless. What's the thing of, get inspiration and look at it. But yeah, Celeste. I was saying tomorrow, and let me go ahead and swap to you. Where are we at? Let me go here. It's very pretty. And hi Moon Raider. Bro's talking about how Celeste, I just came back from playing that, and you should buy a game called Rhythm-Type Cafe. It's pretty good. Rhythm-Type Cafe, never heard of that one. Let me, hold on. Go here, and then go ahead and do this. Okay, we are good to go. And then I go here, and then I go here. Totally prepared, as you can say. Okay, but I was saying tomorrow we have Undertale, and then once we finish Undertale, then I want to do a voted game, pixel art game. So maybe Celeste, maybe something else, and then do Deltarune, and that's how I think we'll do it. Because I do want to play more games, but I need to finish the prototype. Once the prototype's done, then we can kind of also do some games while we're working on bug fixing. But I do agree, it's super cute, isn't it? Alrighty, and assigned to play more. Yeah, it is. I've heard lots of good things about Celeste, so I'm excited. There's Celeste, there's Amori, which is also on sale. I should probably get it just to have it in my repertoire. Aside from those, I do take suggestions for pixel art games. I do play lots of games. If it's not League, I got back into League recently. Okay, with all of that said though, and you're me, Mom, can we have Necrotype Cafe? We have Necrotype Cafe at home, Necrotype Cafe, Rhythm Type Cafe. I'll have to look into it. Thanks for letting me know, as I thought, a cafe rhythm typing game? How unique! Apparently not! But I'm always curious to see how people take the ideas and spin them, as even if you say, hey, look, this is a voxel-based survival game, not everyone's gonna think Minecraft. Some people do, but not always. With all of that said, let's get into things. It's same as before. We're gonna just try to create a tutorial for the player. I can show you what I've been working on, show you some tweaks I've made, and then we can kind of jump into where I wanna try to attack today, as a tutorial is a lot harder than you might think. So we'll see. Aside from that, we're gonna do the pitch, talk about plans, and go from there with programming. So saying all that, let me get a suitably dressed for the occasion. What button is it again? I always forget. It is this one. Yes, I agree with the Queen. Look at that elevator right over there. It would be a shame if it stopped working. It seems perfectly fine. Really, suddenly out of nowhere just stopped working? But you know what? It would appear it did stop working by some magical force. Totally not me. But I did nothing. I'm the innocent one here. But since it is broken, and since I am here, and I am suitably dressed in the proper apparel for a very businessy occasion, I might as well take some of your time away. And how do you send a GIF? I'm not sure. I think they're emotes. That's how they work. You just send certain emotes or that sort of thing. And HR now. There's no HR here. There's no saving you. But welcome to my elevator pitch. This is a segment I do at the beginning of my stream where I spend 1 minute exactly attempting to pitch my game to you. What game is that, you may ask? Why, it is none other than... I did it! Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing game I'm currently working on in the midst and attempting to finish by the end of this year, though it's about to be December. I don't think we're gonna finish it by the end of the year. But you know what? This prototype's gonna get done by the end of the year, so we'll see. With all of that said, we have 1 minute on the clock, and from there I will attempt to pitch the game to you, and you'll see how I do. I always like doing this exercise not only as an introduction to people who may not have seen this stream before, may not have heard my game before, but as a way to get people who are coming back understanding what's going on, what's the gist of it now, as well as giving me a way to attempt to get better at explaining the game in a minute pitch. With all of that said though, let me get some water, make sure my throat isn't parched. Nope, I almost forgot the most important part of the business apparel. There we go. Business glasses. Alrighty, I'll click the button and we will attempt. Alright, okay, I got this. And welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe sim game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer who goes to an esteemed, prestigious magic academy where she wants to become not a necromancer, but a baker. The idea behind it is that she finds an abandoned part of the school, a classroom, where she decides to turn it into a cafe, and she creates this new type of magic, and this type of magic is rhythm typing. So you create food and summon spells. You summon food. You make summon spells. Create food, and it is done in a rhythm typing measure. And the pie, blah, blah, blah. I can redo. One more time from the start. Okay. Welcome to Rhythm Type Cafe. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing. Oh, my words today! A rhythm typing. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing simulator game where you play as Gabriella, a mage who attends a prestigious academy where she is a necromancer. But she doesn't want to grow up to become a necromancer. She wants to become a chef, so she decides to find an abandoned part of the school in which she serves her fellow students who are also mages. And the idea behind it is a cafe sim where you serve customers, while also a rhythm typing game where you spend time behind the back by summoning food with fun, delicious spells, and part of poems, typing, and rhythm making. And by doing rhythm, a small rhythm game, you create spells and food, and you serve customers. So you serve customers, and it's supposed to be a fast-paced, fun game where you serve both customers and ghosts. And you know, I think today's my worst one. Maybe it is just the after effect of too much sugar from Thanksgiving. I believe, and I can think, and in saying that, let me get some more water, and then we can get started, as I'm sure 100% did convince you. And I am a sane person to hold this very business occasion product. With all that said, though, I will show you the game in 1 second. Like I said, let me go get some more cold water. So I will lead you back to here. There we go. Pyramid scheme. Why, I'd never. There is no pyramid scheming going on here. It is 100% legit business. Thank you very much. That you should 100% invest in. It's working. It's functional, quote unquote. And in saying all that, you know what? Enough talk. And I'm sure my talking did convince you, but if it did not, let me show you what we currently have. As, and you know, I really do think it was the sugar. Sold? Good! See? That was easy. Easy peasy. Here we are. Let me go ahead and click on... Oh! I say as Godot decided, you know what? Freezing time. You know what? It's going fine. This is as according to plan, as the usual, one might even say. So let me go ahead and click here. Give it a second to load, and then I can show you what I've been up to. It works once you make it all back. If it works once you make it all back, yeah, that's, you know what, it needs a second. And here it is. Oh, hold on, I say as it does not show up. Well, where we go? I'd show, where we at, Godot? It is maybe here? No, here, this button here. Godot's not trying to show, hold on. If I delete this, no, if I hide this, yes. Show this, yes. I figured it out, all right. So here it is, and this is Necrotype Cafe. Now, the question is, can I play the game or will we find a bug? We'll see. I can go into here and click on levels, and if I click 1, let's see if I can get through the whole day without breaking it. So I'll go ahead and click 1, and this is the game. And you play as the, oh, wrong buttons. Gabriella here, and you have a spell book which shows customers when they pop up. And up there, ignore that, that is some food left over that is not for the rats, it is for the ghosts who come on occasion. So we're waiting here for a customer to show up, and once a customer shows up, we can go ahead and seat them. The customer will go over, find their seat. It's this seat here, so it's going to be this seat here. this part here matches this part here. And then, all right, they're ready to order. So let's go ahead and take their seat. And they want sweet, sweet cake. And how do I know it's sweet, sweet cake? If we go over to the next tab here, you can see there's a sweet icon and a cake icon. So they want sweet, sweet cake. So we can go ahead and go up here and go ahead and try to make their food. Let's switch over to the next tab and it's sweet, sweet cake. So sweet, sweet cake, make, right? SOSBLAHHBLA, comma, SK, comma, FROBLAH, comma, TBLEH, exclamation. All right, we got the cake. Time to move. And there's also a ghost. And to those who've maybe played before, or at least heard it, there's new sound effects. I made it so that now the customers, or the ghost, have different timing effects to hopefully make it sound faster, nicer. I don't know though. I kind of like it, but I'm not convinced. To get rid of ghost, you have to make memory food. In this case, I only have cocoa available. Let's see. B-O. That's fast. B-O, comma, B-O. O, comma, B-O, comma, B-O, exclamation. So we made food. Now we go serve the ghost, and the ghost should turn the music back to normal. From there, we can go ahead and grab this customer, and what does this customer want? They want bitter, bitter cake, okay? And let's go ahead and grab this customer. And even though the time is out, we're still in the game, as the game only ends when you serve everyone. So wonderful, isn't that? So let's go ahead and get bitter, bitter, and then we also need to grab, what do you want, good sir? Sweet bitter. Okay, so let's make a sweet bitter cake. That is sweet. Or was it sweet bitter? Let's check. It was bitter, bitter, I see. Good, okay. So it's bitter, bitter cake we have to make. Bitter, bitter cake. Okay. T-H-E-S-A-V, comma, N-O, comma, N-O-W, exclamation. All right, so that's another cake. And I need to take it to this person here. Oh, sorry. There we go. You get that. And then we need one more cake. And what is the cake we need? We need to make a sweet bitter one. Okay. So let's go ahead and grab sweet bitter. We go to this page. Sweet bitter cake. T-O-T-H-A-S-P-R-I-N-K-L-E-H-A-R-S-H-F-R-O-M, exclamation. Grab this cake, bring it on downtown, make sure you get served, make sure you leave, and then we have one person leaving, one other person leaving. Okay, to read that. Okay, we're good. So then we have this person, and do they leave? Does the game... Nope, we're all good. So the game is working as intended. Look at that. We have customer serve. We served 3 people. We served 1 ghost. We made 3 nice dishes and 1 poor dish. And that is how the game works. And I'm glad it's not crashing. It didn't crash. Everything worked well. There were no bugs. Now let me show you the bug I did run into for some reason. And I don't know if you did notice it. I'll show you. We go ahead and click this music here so the music can start playing again. And I go ahead and close the game for now. And go ahead and hide the game. Right up here somewhere. There we go. When shown, entire book moves up the screen. And what is this? How the game is supposed to work. And let me go ahead and hide the customer tab here. Oh, not tab. The customer tab left here. What's supposed to happen is you're supposed to have a... You like the soundtrack when you're making the sweets? Thank you! It's not my own, but most of the music, I believe, is by Bert Cole. I do have it in the description on the itch, the current music I have, but I do like the music as well. It's lovely, just spooky music. And welcome back. I forget, how do you say your name again? I just see blocks, and I remember you said something, but I don't remember exactly what you said before. So let's see. The spell generator is supposed to be on your left when you're choosing a spell, so it's supposed to look like this. Then once the game's over, it should change to looking like this. But it doesn't do that. It doesn't hide this. Let me show you here again. It doesn't hide this screen here and show this. It does something else. Andy. Okay, you know what? I'm writing that down. I'm gonna remember one of these days. My memory is bad, but I'm trying. Usually works when I say the name a lot. I'll get better at it. Equals A-N-D-Y. Okay, it's written down. Unicode that doesn't render on Windows, you guess? Yep. I don't see it on Windows. I just see a lot of blocks. So it's interesting. Okay, Gaia. and I got it noted. Okay, so it's saying all of that. This is what should happen, and that's what this code's saying here. If all pages have spellcasting, hide spellcasting and show game over. But game over doesn't show. Block. But can you also call me question mark, question mark, question mark? I guess I could. Question, question, question. So when I do this and show the game over, look what happens for some reason. If I only show this is the only comment change I'm making. I'm uncommenting this dot show. When I try to show this game over page and then I click play, why does this happen? I'll go ahead and show this. And we go up here to play a game mode. I'll go ahead and do the spell. And you can see, oops, unless I do that, in which case both need to be hidden to hide and show. Let me close that for a second. Stop it, play it, and then I can show you the bug. All right, and if I click levels, go into the level. Alrighty, so currently this is how the book looks. And then I can go up here to the spellcasting area. And if I try to spellcast here, let me also put this about here, make it a little bit nicer. So if I go here and I go over to the tab and I click into the game as well, you can see it looks fine. When I go to play it, I go memory, memory, Coco. This is just the shortest one. So B-O, comma, B-O, comma, B-O, comma, B-O. Why? Why does it do this? It shows it and then it goes up here. And then when I click space, it's now disappeared. I'm trying to open and close the book. I just unhide it and that works. And well, now it doesn't work. So that's a current bug I'm dealing with. And numbers and words confusion, big confusing, huge confusion. That's a current bug I'm running into. It's not too bad. I just need to figure out why does showing the page change where the page appears. And I've even tried messing around with the coordinates to see why, but the coordinates are also the same. But that's a sort of issue that I don't have to worry about currently, but it is something I want to fix. So for now, it is to do. Fix when shown entire book moves up the screen. Like that could just stay there and be patched later. That's not what we're worried about at the moment, but we might have to be. So if I go ahead and move my tablet back here, and we go into concepts, and while that is loading, let me get some water. Okay, and with all of that said, let me grab my pen, go ahead and open this up, and we can go into concepts. Here we are. Oh, where's concepts at? Hold on. Concepts, where are? All right, I'll bring you back into Godot for a second. Reopen my concepts and then see why concepts isn't working. It says concepts, but it's not showing concepts. Okay, that's fine. Here it is. And here we are. Okay. So with all that said, we are in concepts. And I was trying to think up things we needed for the tutorial, things we needed to show the player. We can move this over here. I was also tweaking the rhythm, what I was talking about before with the music and the BPM. Up here, I was trying to think, okay, how can you guide the player into playing the game for those who were at least here just a few minutes ago to see how the game was played? Right, you have the customer that gets ordered. You have to tell the customer to go to their seat. From there, you have to take their order, and then you have to make their food. Then once you make their food, you serve them their food, and then they go on their merry way. And while doing this, ghosts also spawn. Ghosts mess up the way the game works. And so you have to serve the ghosts to get the big game to get the game back to the way it was, and then manage them, and then keep going with the ghosts. Well, keep going with the customers. And it seems that today we fellow Bugs and Jit are gonna eat eating good. I really do need to figure that out, but it's a thing of, well, yeah, that can be put on the back burner. So I don't even know where to begin in fixing it. I tried for an hour at least before the stream started to see if I could fix it. Nope. I don't know, and I did try to fix it. Not only this morning, but last night as well, to see if I could figure out why it was a bug, but nope. I could not. So in saying all of that, the player needs to be able to serve customers, and they also need to know how to make the product. What we worked on last week was making that flavor product screen, and let me go ahead and just bring it into here so it can be visible. I'll go ahead and click play and then take a screenshot of what we have. As that is working now, we have a way to show what currently can be played for products and what currently can be used for other aspects of the game. Let me go ahead and move my way up here so I can take a screenshot. And then save what we have. Go here and go here. And do this. Right, and I can close the game. Currently we have at the moment that flavor product screen we wanted to do, which is this guy here. It is bittersweet. So we have the flavor on one side, product on the other, to show the player what they can accomplish. For example, in one of them we had cookies, and then we have cake, and now we have bitter and we have sweet. So sometimes you can use some of them, sometimes you can't. And this will let you know, and it also tells you the color language. It'll tell you, right, this pink one, for example, is sweet. So you know it's sweet, sweet. And this icon is a cookie. And it'll have cookie to show you. Oh, okay, I didn't read that. It's a work in progress. We have that done. So now the player will be able to understand what these symbols mean, which is good. That is one of the things we wanted to get done for the tutorial. Another thing we wanted to make sure happened was the guiding of the player and telling them how to play. And I was thinking maybe we could do some sort of page in the book, some sort of tutorial page to tell the player how to play. It also lets them know what goes on in the book itself, as the book is the hi Disco, welcome back. Yeah, kind of, well, not big brain, but braining at least. So if we go ahead and click here, I'm thinking we have some sort of checklist that happens, and let me go ahead and just draw a box, quote unquote, like here, to show off the book itself. Then you have the left tab and you have the right tab of the pages. So I'm thinking we can make some sort of checklist to show off, hey, these are the things you need to do in order to go to the next round. And I'll go ahead and have this here as the writing. And this can kind of guide the player through how to play it, while also understanding how to use the page itself. And that's my question now is, what would we have to do? And I'm thinking this is a sort of small quest system to say, all right, check to see when the player does said thing. And we also want to check to see when the player just does said thing. For example, this tutorial level will have only one customer and one ghost, and it'll be very forgiving so that the player can have enough time to understand both how to serve the customer and the ghost. So first, I'm thinking, and I think I wrote it up here as well. Yeah, open and read spellbook. That's step one. The player needs to be able to know how to get from page to page, and then move customer and seat. Go to spellcasting room and cast. From there, once they cast, they need to serve the customer. And I think that's that. So let me go ahead and write on here. I can go ahead in here. That. So we need to serve customer, RVE, serve customer, USTOMER. Then once the customer's served, I'm trying to think of these in terms of checklisting, checking them off the checklist. There we go. So once the customer's served, customer X2 comes in. Let me go ahead and do that. Customer X2, CUSTOMERX2, at which point you have to serve the ghost. And let me go ahead and do this and do that here. So customer X2, and then from there we have the ghost, HOST, which then explains how memory works. And from there, once you understand that you need to serve customers or ghost memory, then it goes back to regular serving. And that should be that. So you serve 3 characters. You serve the initial first customer, then you serve the ghost, then you serve the other customer, and the day ends. That is the tutorial. I'm hoping it'll be not too long and not too descriptive in how long it is. I want it to be short and simple so people aren't trying to skip it, as I did cover it before, but just tutorials can be very hit or miss. And if they're very miss, you have people skipping it and then wondering, why don't I know how to play this game? No clue. None whatsoever. So I have serve customers, serve ghost, and then just serve SERVE, serve, and complete day. COMPLETE, complete day. DAY. Something like that, I think. I keep saying I think. Something we're gonna run into having a problem of is figuring out how to get the player to understand the beat timing. That was something that I ran into an issue of currently with how the game works, and I think I have the link here somewhere. Let me double check. I should have it. If I click here, and then I click here, currently I have on my itch a prototype of the prototype, so to speak. There is the rhythm aspect of Necrotype Cafe up there. I haven't updated it since we started working on the, the cafe portion, but the rhythm typing part is there, and let me paste that in there. And while getting some feedback on it, a lot of people were confused on how to play, so we need to figure out a way to explain how to play. If you look at it, and actually I can pull it up as well, that'd be easier to show off. If I go ahead and wait for this to load, I'll pull it up on stream, as that can be a little bit easier to get what's going on. I'll go ahead and do this, and then I'll go ahead and do this here, and grab here, then go ahead here, and this guy should have audio going if I make sure that's, yeah, here. Huh, audio is not going. Odd. Okay, that's okay. If we go back here, I can still show it off what I mean. So if I transition to here, like so, this is the old version of the game. There are the songs you can choose from, which I was talking about before with crediting the songs. So yeah, they're lovely. And while you can't hear them, depending on the BPM, and you can see it as well even in the current version of the game, the background changes. And when you click play, these blink to show this is when you're supposed to type. And I thought that would get across to the player that, hey, this is when to type. So type, 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 because it's flashing and blinking in your face. But that didn't seem to get it across. So it has me wondering, how can we show the player when the rhythm portion of the game, and hi Toak, welcome back to stream. hi. And so this is tricky, and I think this part here is what's going to be hard about figuring out the rhythm typing aspect. And I can type and I can do it. So if I do A, you can see the screen shakes as well. So it kind of shows the player, right, yes, you did do something good. And when you do something wrong, it shakes very violently to show this is wrong. So it's a hope to get the player to get into a rhythm and a groove, and a gentle magic smoke. You know, around here we are pretty good poets. I can do G, E, and it also shows feedback in the way that in the background you can see slowly the magic is coming into the screen, the background's fading and it's merging. So we have that there. I try to have a lot of just visual shows on the rhythm itself, but maybe it needs to work differently. Even you can see here, this is kind of pulsing, maybe it needs to pulse more, and maybe the text could flash instead of the sides of the screen. I did have that before, but a lot of people said it was disorientating. So beforehand, I had it set where it would get different colors would happen, or it would just highlight differently. But a lot of people seem to they didn't enjoy it, which is fine. To an extent, it's like, the feedback you get isn't always the feedback that you should have or should be required. But I definitely did think about that. I tried a few different ways. For example, go from slightly white to gray to slightly black. We could try that. What I did initially was have it have different sizes. So it was a little bit bigger depending on the beat, and then it would rotate between each beat. Now, I think I might have some video of that, but I don't think so. Or at least some on-hand video of it, but I'll see if I can find it. The issue is, changing the color is a little tricky, and I can show you as well if I go back into here, into concepts, and shake feels like a slap in the face, too harsh for small mistake. Yeah, I can see that. The reason I did it was because of a streak. So it would feel, I guess, maybe not too much of a shake if you just started your streak. But I did a shake, at least a shake, because there was a certain point where you would get a good streak, and you would want to keep your streak. So it added a sense of challenge and the fact, alright, if I mess up, it hits you. So yeah, like a slap in the face. A little less violent. So let me see if I can go ahead and go in here. And if I pull this up, I think I can show it. Or I think I have it at least. If I go here into here, and then where are we at? So this is all of you guys here. Let's art to do. Okay, let me see if it's here. Did I have it? And if I pull this up, and nope, it's just showing the screen shake, I think. I feel like I do have it somewhere here. I just might not be able to find it, which is a shame. I really should have these a little more organized. Let me check one more folder. I might have it. And do you like slapping your players? Do you like thinking about slapping? I am not a violent person, alright? I am a princess of peace and unity and nothing else. Peace. Why would I ever want chaos and destruction and the trials and tribulations? No. That's why I don't like bugs. And that's why I like trying to keep things up to date and up to par. Princess of Peace, not clear? Very clear. What do you mean? And peace and pacifism. We don't fight around here. It's all about working together and solving problems. Never about breaking things apart and starting drama. Never. Not once. You'll have to show me. I'll need video footage. Okay, so with all of that said, okay, I'll show you what I mean by it would be tricky to figure out how to tweak the spellcasting, in color at least, how it works, and let me pull it up here, spell. Does your virtual avatar, yes it does, however, it's not up to par with how I'd like the clothing to look, but it does. Here, I can kinda slide up an image, for example. I see. I can, hold on, if I do this, it's got a body. There is a full body. And let me slide myself back here. But yeah, there is an overall, yeah. And the image, for example, yeah. I don't think I've ever shown the full image. There's certain clothing I want to have, so I haven't done a full overall image file, but I do indeed. Okay, so all that said, let me pull out the spellcast screen, which is here, spell screen, I believe. Yep. Okay, so there's 4 different verses, right? And wait, who's the arm of the frogman? I'm magical, right? I can do all the things. And besides, I'm also eldritch, so weird things happen, and it's completely normal. It's okay if it hurts a little bit. Hurts your head just a smidge, but it's alright, and everything will be a-okay. Alright, so what do we have here is 4 verses, and in each verse, the color can get changed. That's how I have it set up here. For example, we have color text, and then a color. So I have, and if I should be able to show it. If I click play again, you should be able to see if I click here. 100%. If I go back up here, you can see if I go all the way up here and go into the game, go over to spellcasting, and I go ahead and select 2 spells, for example, Sweet Sweet Cake. You can see there's green, there's gray, and then everything else is dark. And when I enter correctly, it turns white. From the feedback I got, it getting bigger and smaller, very disorientating, so I just kept it still. But I do like the idea of... These are magic words. Don't lie, everyone likes bugs. They do not. Not at all. Bugs are yucky, disgusting, bad. And I'm thinking, I really do like that idea of it changing color. However, it's a thing of, how would we be able to change the color without changing the whole way? Use Lori Inkson more professional? Do I look like a professional? Why use that when I can do so say blah blah? Escape from blah to blah. That's way more fun. And it was also just random things I typed. It's way easier to remember. But I just needed something quick and not something very long. Very nice indeed. Alright, so I'll go ahead and have that saved so we can look at it. And you can see here as well, the bar kind of pulses. But had I pointed that out, would you have noticed the bar pulses? And you can make the text like a really bright pink and make a shader that changes only that pink. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. I didn't even think about shaders, but yeah. If I go back here and back to the main menu to like a customer, I say here, but if I spawn, you can see, and I see it. The ghost, when the ghost spawns, the ghost does change the way the customer looks by just having, not a shader, but I think it's called a module, but it just changes the color. Maybe I can do something like that for the text. You can see, it just changes it to a tint of blue when they're in the area, but keeps the color. So maybe we could do something like that where the color kind of changes. I think that could work. I just want to show that the player can. I say it's Godot because it's usual Godot-y thing. And since that happened, water break time. Oh yeah, we can try that. So I think step 1 first is making the tutorial page. And what I'm thinking is, and the thing is that a module changes the whole text. That means that even the green and red part of the text would change the colors. Okay, hold on. Let me see about shaders. Shader, change color, Godot. Color, Godot 4. Select all. I'm just wondering how it would work. Well, I know how it would work. I've seen shaders before, just changing specific colors. But for example, how will the colors change? For here, maybe, I was thinking about having the bars back here, back in the book, but I don't think the bars worked very well to indicate type. And that's why I have the metronome so you can hear the typing. And I do like the shader idea. Let's see, a really bright pink, and then make the shader change only that color. Another one was the underline I think I have, and let me double check. I think I have it so that it underlines and ununderlines during the beat. Possibly, I think I did have that change. Another one suggested was to make things feel nicer for the player when they're playing is have spaces, but spaces didn't feel nice, so it's just the characters themselves. And if I go into here and click play again, let me just see if the underscore does highlight. If I go here, move the player up to the game. I just want to see, did I add that change so that the underscore does happen? So if I go sweet, and then go cake. No, okay. I think that is definitely a change we could do. If I go back to Godot, yeah. Thinking of lerping it from a light gray to a dark gray, and when the beat drops, it pops back to the light gray. Where do you, hold on. If I go back into concepts, close this, reopen this, lots of pages here. So you're saying from a light gray to the dark gray when the beat drops. So this light gray here, oops. You mean, if I grab the right pen, purple's fine. This light gray, changing it to a dark gray is what you mean? This light gray turns into a dark gray. To dark gray, darker, D-R-K-E-R, and lighter, depending on the beat. Darker and lighter, L-I-G-H-T-E-R. Something to that theming. I also think that underscore would be handy. Underscore, N-D-E-R-S-C-O-R-E. Toggle would also help in explaining the spellcasting. And, got ya. And then maybe this white can go to gray or something. Also a toggle, but that might be a lot, but we could always test it. But yeah, okay. Thanks for that. I will definitely give that a go. So to start, as we do have a way to get to before casting, so step 1 is making a new screen, some sort of checklist. So I'm thinking we have a general description and then a full description here to show, all right, this is the, we could call it the to-do tab or the list or the, yeah, let's just call it a checklist tab. This is a checklist page. Check, H-E-C-K-L-I-S-T. This is a really big guy. A checklist paste. Checklist S-T. Checklist page. E-A-G-E, like that. And use Jira, more professional. Oh, what's that? Hold on. I just want to test and say, what's that? Oh, I see. Bug tracking. Oh, I think I have heard of Jira or something else. Jira sounds cool. I will look into that as well. Let me save that. Huh? What do you mean? But it is a thing. I see. I'll heed your warning next time then. Not search up anything you ever suggest in the future. Got it. Trello. Yeah. It looks like Trello. Interesting. Gaia. I've tried a lot of different programs for keeping track of things. What I've decided to use is more so Obsidian. That's what I've decided on if I need to keep track of things, since Obsidian can have different pages and have a game wiki as well. But I'll look into that as well. Yeah, I like new programs and trying new things. And Notepad for the infinite wisdom of game devs. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I will certainly look into it, as I like new programs. So we have a checklist page, and then we have a description, or a task description, I think. Task description page. A-S-K, task description. So task, and then description. D-E-S, oh, D-S-C-R-I-P-T-I-O-N? Is that how you spell description? Oh boy. Let's see. D-E-S-C-R-I-P-T-I-O-N? Yes, that is. Okay. I remembered how to spell it. And the idea here is that there is, and we can call it a task, or maybe even just a task list. But if we create some sort of, I guess, class, for example, and we call it a task, overall, just a task, then it can have a checklist name or a short description and then a long description. And then these pages can show a list of tasks, and each time the task is selected, it shows the description on the description page. That's how I think it can go, and then we just have the checklist, and depending on the list, you just go down the page. And I think that can work. We have the task here, and I'll make it white to make it different. And I think step 1 is also just opening and reading the spellbook. And I'm questioning, how can you open it when you don't even know the spellbook is a thing? So I think that itself would have to show up on screen. And then from there, you would have to flip the pages and know how to flip the pages. And we can have a way to say, all right, flip the page. And we can have, for now, some sort of just say press blank. But then later on, we can have it say press this button, depending on what button they have keybinded set up. So for now, it's just a press button to turn page. And that shows you how to press page, then move around, go to selected areas. All right, I do like that idea. Okay. So we have a checklist page and a task description. And maybe you could have the guidebook handed to you by someone. A fellow Obsidian enjoyer? Yeah, Obsidian's lovely. The guidebook is, well, this book here, the guidebook, the page itself, is part of her overall spellbook. And a spellbook for wizards, like their second arm. Kind of like their second arm. I say their second arm, but it's an extension of them. So for her, it's an old book she's written a lot in. It's like a personal journal or personal diary for them. This is just a way to kind of have it put into the game without it being separate. So it's a page that shows up for your book for this level and then never shows up again. Unless maybe we have additional things we add on later on. But I just want the book to be in the game as, what's the word? I think it was called diegetic. To have a way to show off, hey, this thing exists and we've discovered this thing. So now that it's in here, we can have it moving around and keeping with everything else. Let me go ahead and do this as well. And, oh, what did I read? What is Obsidian? Everyone's talking about? Sure. Let me see if I can even open it to show you. Obsidian's just I would call it a note taker, but it can hold all of your scripts and your documents together. It's like a personal organizer, but it can also be a place to keep notes. It can also be a place to keep just everything. And I'm explaining it poorly. Let me see if I can explain it a little bit better. I haven't been in here since I've worked on the game design document. But for example, let me go back into here for a quick second. And if I go into, where are we at? Here. And then I go ahead and select here, click OK, and then make this small so it can show up on screen here, and make it a little bit smaller and pull you here. Let me do this, as it's a little bit easier to explain when it's on screen, and then here. But if you've heard of something like, what's that really popular one called that people usually use that's not Obsidian? Obsidian versus Notion. If you've heard of Notion before, it's that, but it's free and it has other options. For example, here, I have tabs for different aspects of my game. And once I fill these up, it'll be a little bit easier. Yeah, Notion. It'll be easier for me to figure out what I want for my direction of my game. None of these are filled up, but I can have certain tabs and it just keeps track of everything. And then when I want to work on, for example, bugs, I can have a tab for bugs and then keep track of bugs. So it's kind of I like to call it a wiki. You can see here, game wiki. It just keeps all of your information in one place and you can link everything together. So it's nice in that aspect. And if I go here, you can even see table of contents. I can have it linked up to art, audio. So it's like a network of different ideas you can have together. As best as I can explain it at the moment. We'll definitely go over Obsidian again in the future once we go past prototype and I've had a second to fill it out, or maybe we can do a stream filling it out. But that's it in a nutshell. It's Notion, but just a free version of Notion. And song, spooky grade, poor. I'll get better at it eventually. Or did you just play the game, do you mean? and attempt to do it. Because yeah, it takes some getting used to and figuring out how to do the rhythm typing for sure. But I'm glad you tried it out. So if we go back into concepts, I think step 1 is making a task and then having a checklist page that has a task description. And then for starters, we can have it just go to page so-and-so. You feel like the green letter gets in the way? Ah, interesting. I'll write that down. You think the green's too brighter? Let me see. Green feels funny. I definitely think it could be fun having an option where the player can set the colors themselves. That would come in the future, but I'll write that down. Green feels funny. Green feels, E-E-L-S, funny. U-N-N-Y. There we go. Makes you think you already typed the letter? Ah. Feels, E-E-L-S, already, L-R-E-A-D-Y, typed. Gotcha. E-E-D. I will keep that in mind, as these are mostly placeholders for colors and everything, but I definitely do like getting notes about everything. And the only problem with Obsidian is that people get obsessed with it and take it way too far. I was one of those people. The thing with Obsidian is that you can add so many things to it that it doesn't become Obsidian at that point. It's like modding something or making a mod pack for a game. You could have like 100 mods and not ever play the game. You need to actually work on Obsidian. And a lot of people going into Obsidian, including me, will start off with 300 add-ons and then barely use Obsidian. The right way to use it is to first go into Obsidian bare bone and then slowly add add-ons as you realize what you need, so that you don't just overload Obsidian without knowing what is what in basic Obsidian. So go slowly. Also include the spaces, as we're not to type. Spaces are not getting included, that is for sure. I have thought about it and it's been suggested, but overall, spaces are not getting added. It feels funny, or at least for me. And Vim users do the exact same thing, yeah. I could see it. And you used to do hardcore on Notion / Obsidian, then switch to Milanote. I've heard about Milanote. There's a lot of good options out there. Add the spaces drives you nuts. For now, spaces aren't included, as I don't know how to show that you should type a space. As how are you supposed to indicate? I can't underline the space. And can you show your Obsidian graph? I don't have a current, that's what is it? It's not filled out at the moment, so it would be very blank. And the Obsidian that I did have, I accidentally deleted it. But I have tried using Obsidian, and I do want to use it in the future for game dev. So it's a matter of figuring out where I can fit into the process and being reasonable. No, I understand. Like I said, I got a lot of feedback on adding spaces, and I tried. Oh, wait for it to transition. I tried to incorporate it into the game, as I can show you if it won't freeze, but I turned spaces off. So I disabled spaces. It's very easy to just enable spaces, but the issue is showing that the player should type space and when they should type space on beat. I thought having the underline would help in showing, hey, this is your current spot. Because if you don't have space, well, if you have space on, you don't know you can type space yet if everything's blank. So it's kind of tricky to figure out. But if I go back into here into spell screen right here, where are we at? This line of code right here is skipping spaces. If I just disable that, spaces is enabled. So I can do it, but I realized spaces it's not nice or not visually appealing and helping. And you're going to go now, might come back soon. See you later. Thank you for coming, Runator. It's always nice having you. So in saying all of that, let's try creating that task list. Go ahead and go into where are we at? Icon panel, product icon. We can close all of these guys. We won't need these. We'll go ahead and grab you. And then in here in our level manager, won't need that. We do need our book and we'll need a new tab. We can go ahead and, for now, I think margin container is fine. We can call it here our task, our checklist. Our checklist page, I think, is a nice way to call it. And then we can close this. We have a checklist page, and then we have a page for task description, SCRIPPION, task description, I think is good. And then we can go ahead and have, well, I feel like this, should it be called checklist or task list? There's two different things you can do, but for now I think task list, checklist. And Godot is so nice, isn't it? I really do find it lovely. And you use Obsidian with no add-ons? Ooh, you do not want to fall into rabbit hole of customizing. Yeah, that was me. I do understand it. There's some add-ons, for example, visual changes I like having. It just depends. Sometimes, well, one time I had a music in it, another time I've had it. So when you check off something on the checklist, it gives you a little woohoo. That was very fun. It was nice to have a checklist to check off, and I definitely want to have some sort of sound go off for this checklist in the game, as having that sound is nice. And you will try Obsidian, looks good? You should! Obsidian is really nice once you get the hang of it, and the fact that it's so open-ended is nice, but it's also its downfall in the fact of, yeah, customizing to infinity. So if we go into here, task description, I'll go ahead and have it down here, the customer tab right, and here we have our checklist page. It's checklist page and task description. And in our checklist page, we need to have some sort of, I'm guessing, H-box. So we can go ahead and have here the H-box. It's V-box. V-box, which is the vertical box. This guy here, and then we need to have a task. For now, we can just have a box and a task. I think should be nice enough. We can go ahead and have in here, let's see, an H-box like this. And we can call this a task. And then in our task, and you actually had to make a checklist for a Game Jam product of yours, and you still have to check audios from it. You recorded them if you want. Sure. I always like looking at not game products, just game behind the scenes. I'd love to see those though. Yeah, checklist for a Game Jam. Yeah, when I made my first game for Godot, it went horribly. I learned very quickly. Game design documents are important, so that's why I did it this time around, and I'm organizing the way to make games better, as once you realize the error of your ways, it's a lot easier to figure out what happened. So let's see, we have this H-box container. I'm thinking actually it needs to be a panel container, or yeah, a panel container in our V-box, and this is the task. I'm gonna go ahead and up here for task, and this is our task box. And then this is task, like that. That way we have a background in our task for our panel, and then our task box. And then in our task box, we have a rectangle. So this guy here, which can show the color of the current task. And then we have for now, let's just have a string. For example, not string, label. That's what it's called, isn't it? A label? And then they go beside each other. So we have a task and then a label. For example, task to complete. And then we have this color rectangle. And then for its layout size, I'm thinking minimum size, maybe 64 by 64. Okay, maybe more so 32 by 32. You want it small, but not too small, like this. Just send them lovely. I will take a look at them once the stream's over. As yeah, I really do love game projects. And spooky, great, okay? Ooh, moving up in the world. It's definitely possible to get perfect now. I've made sure of that. That was interesting to watch. So let's see. If I go back into here in that task box, layout, transform, container sizing, I think it has to be shrink center. No, that's not true. Okay. I want this box to show up, and this box isn't showing up. Layout, custom minimum size. It should be 32 by 32. There it is. So we have a task to complete, and I just have a list of tasks I want to have completed. We can go ahead and have on here and make this into a save branch of scene. So this is a task in a book, and I'm going to add a new folder, call it the task folder. Click OK, and we'll have that scene saved. So if we go back into here in all of our scenes, and we can go into close this guy, close our screens, and close our spell screens, all the spell casting. We don't need to go into there. We just need to be in our book. And then in our book, we have our task. And then in our task, we have our task. So this guy here, we have a task to complete, and then we need a label. And then from there, we have the task and task label. Oh, those emotes are so funny. They're so simple, but they're so devious. That's what makes them lovely. We have a task to complete and then a task description. We'll go ahead and have this as a thing here. So we have a task, and then we need, I guess, a task description or task resource of some sort to have a way to say, all right, this is what this is, and can you export a signal for saying, all right, this is the signal that I want to have happen? That's, let me see if that is a thing. Godot for export signal. Way to make a signal exportable. That's what I'm wondering. Can you, yeah. Let me get some water. Okay. Yeah, what I mean by that is that if I have a task, can I just have a task set up, right, this is a signal that I want to have for the task, is a sort of thing. For example, in my utility, I have a bunch of signals, and how I want the task to work is I want the task to have a signal that they, will not emit, but have a signal associated with the task. And very fitting for the task portion, you mean the okay grade. So with that said, okay, we have a task, and that's good. We need a task name. So we can go ahead and do this, just this class name, name, task, and then we have an at export var, and we'll call it task. Oh yeah, let's call it title, and then call it a string and equal this. So this is the task title, and then we have at export var, and this can be the description, the script, description, and it is also a string, ing, and that's about that. And then we have a status, I'm thinking. Oops. We have here an enum called status, like this, status, an enum called status, which is, I think that's how you do enum. And I also need to do an equal sign here. That's pretty important. Equal here, like that. And then we have complete. Oh, let's start off with incomplete. Incomplete. And then complete. Unless it freezes, in which case I take a water break, since Godot does happen to... Oh, never mind, it doesn't want me to take a water break. I'm still taking one. Okay, so we have a status of incomplete and complete. And then we have the rectangle, which is our status indicator. We'll just call this a checkbox, I guess we could. Yeah, checkbox for now. And we can go ahead and drag that checkbox. So then we have a func for ready. Func, and it is a ready. And then under ready, we have checkbox dot color equals, and then we need a color. And I'm just thinking we do red. So color, and then dot red. Freezes again, so now I can take that real water break. Okay. And since it is still frozen, let me take a lemonade break too. I haven't gotten to it quite yet. I'm thinking just some sort of task. The issue is just how to say when the task is completed. And hi, oh, hold on. Kirani, is that how you say it? Welcome back. Hi. Color red. And then we can go ahead and do here. So on checkbook current status, we also need that. So func status equals status current underscore status, which is a status, status equals, and then we have, it's not supposed to be func, it's supposed to be export var, like this, and it's a status, status dot incomplete. Perfect, okay, good. Well, you know, sometimes I hit, sometimes I miss, but I'm glad I got it right. Let's see, var current status like this, yes? Okay, so we have checkbox color, and I don't know if I did check this already. Okay, the size is right for the editor. So then on func ready, so then we have a func called completed. And then in this function, And rather, I think it's more so complete. Like this, as we're gonna use it outside of the function. And then we have a void, and then we change the color to green. We can even do lime green. I think lime green's a little bit nicer to look at. Lime green, and never mind. Light green seems to be nicer. A little nicer on the eyes. And then we change the current status to complete. Complete. E-L-E-T-E, like that. And then from there, oh, what are you angry about? Oops, I know why. This isn't it, right? Yes, all right. So now we can mark it as complete, and that should be good to go. And then on complete, we need to have a way to have a, can you post a link to an image? What I don't have a thing pulled up. What's the link pertaining to? Link, let's see. Okay, let's see here. So then, current status equals complete. And then I think that's good to go. And saying all of that, my question is, on a complete of a certain status, how do we check? Or we know the status is complete. For example, if we want to say, or if we want to set a task to, for example, open the book. That is task 1. Let's try to set it to. I think that would be nice as well. So we can go ahead and go to here, and then if we go ahead and back into the book here, we have a task, and I can go ahead and have this task say task, and this will be, let's just call it task 1, and it'll be task open book. Rhythm game, indeed, it's a rhythm typing game, to be quite more exact. But welcome to stream, Sport Monk. Interesting name, but yeah, it's a rhythm typing cafe game. The idea is that you have to type to the rhythm to summon some food for the game. We have a title, and it is called Open Book. And then we have the description, and the description is press, and this will be the button you have to press. So for now, let's just have the, press space. That is the button at the moment. So let's press space to open book. But the issue is you don't know how to press space yet. So in fact, let's just make it change tab. Change tab. That way we can change the tab and then press the, in this case, it's the arrow key that changes the tab to change to, or to flip page. I think is a little bit better. To flip page. Better. And then we have change tab or flip page. How about that? And how are you handling audio delay? You've had an idea for the rhythm game for a while and been overwhelmed with that thought. I'll be honest, I am not handling it well. There's sometimes bugs and everything. Let me see if I can find it super quickly. Rhythm typing. I'll show you. But there was a tutorial I watched that definitely did help a bit. Godot 4. Assume no audio delay. Next problem. Next problem. Easy. Here you go. This was the tutorial I watched, but I can also show you, as it is tricky. I don't know what I'm doing audio-wise, but as far as audio goes, I can go into my rhythm manager here, since I also have it open. The way it works is it checks the position of the audio on the audio stream. So when I play an audio, when I play a song, there's a position. So it's checking the current position of the song. You know how when you click play on a song, it shows you the current seconds? So then I take the current seconds that the song is, do some math involving the beats per minute, and that's how I get the current part of the song it's on, and that's how I keep track of the BPM and keep track of what beat it's on. I'm trying to explain it. It's tricky, as I still don't understand it. I followed the tutorial, tried to understand the tutorial in the best way I could, and I kind of do. It's just tricky. For example, I modified it from the tutorial so it checks certain beats. I think I do it on, I check half beats and I check whole beats, and that's how I decided to check it. But it's involving instead the audio stream player and checking from there, and then checking the audio server, doing some delta times, and then snapping the beats so I can get the song beats in position. I say it's tricky, and it is, but I hope that video helps in explaining a lot more than I can, as it's been a second since I've done it, but I hoped it helped. Yeah. Lovely, Gobi. And of course, thanks for asking. I do love helping, as the more tutorials I can get on rhythm typing, the better we'll all be, as that was a very complicated topic to Google. I was struggling for at least a good 2 weeks. So we have in here tasks to complete. So for example, if we have this task, how do we set it up to be completed? And that's what I'm wondering. How can we set it up to detect a certain signal? Or how do we assign a signal to it? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. For example, I would love to put here, create a signal of this name, assign it to this place, and that's how we do it. But I don't think we can do that. We would have to have certain completed things, and that's why I'm trying to wonder. How can we set this up without having to do it every single time? For example, because I don't like ever doing something very hard and, oh, I heard a sound. Hold on, I gotta open the tab up. Ah, thank you for the follow, Spot Monk. Thank you indeed, and welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm running to the issue of, for example, if I have to make a lot of tasks like this, I don't want to have to do typing them all in one by one in code. I might have to, but I'd like to find some way where I can just set it up here. The way tasks work, and I think they should work, is I have a task. For example, I want the player to flip the page in the book, and once they flip the page, it sends out a signal saying, hey, player flipped book, set this task to complete, and go to the next task. But the question is, how do I set it to complete, or how do I send out the signal if it doesn't know what signals to send out? And the answer to that is, not sure, and that's what I'm wondering. Can you assign or export a signal variable? And I don't think you can, and I don't think that's a thing. But that would be cool if you can make a signal that then you could create an export. But I don't think that's possible. Or maybe a way to link the signal or link some sort of export, but I don't think that too is possible. So now it comes down to, how else can you do it? How else can you make it? And what do you mean by export a signal variable? For example, if I want to make a task, I'd like to be able to have a task here and then just say this task is completed when this signal is sent. So for example, this task is open page or flip page. And then in this task, we have here the title, then we have the description. So the title will show up here saying flip the page. And then in the description, it'll say press this button to flip the page. And then the status is incomplete. So then once the player presses the button and flips the page, it should send out a signal saying, hey, the player flipped the page. And I'd like to have some way here to have it. For example, all of these are export variables. So I'd like it if I could just have a signal here to say, yeah, you can't export as you can't assign a method in this vector, you believe? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't think it's possible. It'd be nice though, if I could have a way to say this signal is the signal you should look out for in here. But I think the way I want to make it isn't going to happen. And as far as the page flipping goes, I don't think you were here to see it, and I can show it. So here's the book we have, and then to flip the page, you press the button. And I want to have a signal shoot out when you flip the page. So the game acknowledges that you did complete said task. So flipping left and right. And you can export a variable in the signal and then look for the variable? Export a variable in the signal. Yeah, I guess you could do that. A way to... Okay, yeah. I guess you could export a variable and then maybe have like a signal type, and then depending on the signal type, have certain things happen? Yeah, that could work. I think that can work. If I go back into here, into concepts, and we go down here with our task and our checklist page, I can see that working, yeah. Where we have a complete task, or execute task, or export var activated signal. Does that work? Export var activated signal. Let's see. Do a connect signal function and then function variable if variable equals task. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We can have a type of signal sent and it's checking for the certain signal, or saw it on a Godot form. Export var activated signal. Let me look that up. As that does sound, that sounds good. I want it to be something, I think, again, I do tend to do it, as I do tend to I really do tend to overcomplicate things. So I want to make sure I'm not going too far in a direction, but emit variable sounds right, and also that does sound right as well, Toak. So let me see. Godot engine, can I connect a signal? Okay. You can use strings, export var, call this string function, void call this, timer can connect. So can I connect a signal to an exported variable? Let me duplicate these pages and then I'll show them on screen. You can see, so let's see, we have this one. We also have, this declares a variable name activated. Okay, activated.emit. Interesting, okay. Okay, so if we go into here, oops, wrong button. This button, then go to this button, then open this button, click another button and have this one open. Maybe this one, and we can go into here. Name one game that doesn't complicate things. Oh, this one here, there's tons. I can't name them, but I'm sure they exist. I just know my bad habit exists of making my own things. So you can use strings, and that's what I think you were saying, Spotmonk. Let's see, export variable call this, and then string function ready, and would call this timer out, callable. I'll see, this is complicated stuff. I have no idea what's going on. And apparently the chatting is happening here. It happens in both places. The issue is I can't merge them. I've tried for months and it doesn't work. But they happen in both places. And let's see, what's the app that you use for whiteboarding? It is called Concepts. Like that, Concepts. And it's a nice app. You either pay for it one time or you can pay for it monthly. I believe the one time was either $20 or $30. But there's other whiteboard apps that are not that much at all. And of course. So let's see. We have on here most efficient way to have export variable. Oh, heard a sound. Hold on. There we go. Thank you for this description on YouTube as well, Spotmonk. Thank you. So let's see. I'm messing around with tool scripts recently, but one thing you're not sure how to do correctly is making something change in the editor. When the export variables change, for example, you have a tool script that changes the text label. Okay, I think we go the hard way, and then later on, I can try to simplify it if possible, as I think trying to figure out what this means and all of that would take up a whole day of learning. So I think for now, we can stick to, even if it's more, not thought out, but just not as streamlined as I want it, we can make it hard-coded, and then later on update it so it's more soft-coded, as this is, yeah. I feel like this would be something that would take some time to learn, which I'm more than fine with doing, but I want to try to get a lot done today, and then we can kind of refine as we go. So go for the overarching picture, and then we can go into the details later on, is the hope here at least. Yeah, hard-coded, best-coded, no! I can never agree, oh man. Hard-coded, worst-coded, that is the pain, oh boy. Oof, okay. So I'm thinking we just have some sort of, we have a task, and this task is this task, and then we have, for example, we can call this flip page task, like this, and then we can import it into the book, I'm thinking, so we just have a lot of different tasks, or maybe we can even call this a task page. So in that case, we might call this, yeah, the checklist page. So we go ahead and have to do some sort of here. So we already do need to have these two in here, and this is for the manager. Let me go back into the book. So if we go all the way back up here, you can see we have two different pages in the book. So I can go ahead and add the checklist page as a page. If I go ahead and do this, so we have a checklist page, and then we have, if I go ahead and close this guy here, we have the task description. So then what I want to do is assign it so that when the task is highlighted, or when the task is selected, that is the description that shows up on the task page. And then we can go ahead in here, and then in our page name, now the max size is 3. And then we have the guide, and we also have the task list. So let me go ahead and make sure that that is the first page you land on. Task, or checklist page, right? That's what we called it. Or more so task. I'm just going to call this the task page. And at the comma, that. TSKS. There we go. Lovely. Okay. And then from there, we have to load up these guys, and that shouldn't be too tricky. We can go ahead and have the temp spellcasting, and then we need a temp task. So let's go ahead and do temp task page, KS. And then this is page name task. And then we have on the left page, we have the checklist page, which is this guy here. And then on the right, we have the task description. And then this is temp task page here with our task. underscore page. And then we have to go back up here and just add the page, which shouldn't be too painful. Just have to do this. Task page. So now the page is added, like that, task page. From there, we also need to add a tab for the task. For example, we have all these guys here, which for the customer tab. And since I want the task page to be the first one that the player opens, we can go ahead and do this. And then this, so it's the first one, so we have the first, second, third, and fourth. And you love how verbose I am with what I'm doing? Thank you, I try, but you can see it. Words don't always word correctly. But attempts are made, I can at least say that. Let's go ahead and change this to maybe, how about pink? So now we have a task page. You can go ahead and grab this guy. So task page, task tab. We have the customer tab, we have the guide tab, and we have the spellcasting tab. And something's not right here. We can't see the guide tab. He's in the back, so sad. Okay, so to fix that, what we have to do is make this 0, and then make this task page, oh, it's already a Z index 1. So you have this guy here, who's first, then you have this guy that's second, third, fourth, and so on. So these guys need to be ordered, and I'm wondering why they're not showing up correctly. It was working before, but now the guide tab, which is supposed to be blue, is not here. If I do this, you can see blue showing up. Then I do this. And since this is an H box, it should align correctly, but I think it's because of the Z index. We'll be fine. But if I go ahead and click play, I'm wondering if this will work, because I'm not too sure. We can see. So I'll go ahead and hide the spellcasting. I'm wondering if the code that I have working for this page tabs will work, or if they don't, we'll see. So I can go ahead and hide our, where are we at? If I go ahead and hide our task description and go ahead and hide our checklist page, I want to see if it shows up on its own. And if I click play, I just want to see what happens. So if I go ahead and click levels, go ahead and open the game. Interesting. If I click play here, you can see it lands us on the customer page, as that is the page I have to set when it opens. So this is the customer page. I see. Okay. So the question is, why I didn't add the new task tab page? You can see up here I have a temp tab to task page. So what I have to do here next is add that task page. So I have to do page name, task, and then do task tab, which is not added. And then we can see if it works. So then I have to go back up here, and then in our task tab, we should have a tab area. Let's see. We'll just add it here. We have task tab. Grab you. All right, now you're in the game. Should be good now. And this is why you just watch videos. Yeah, verbose has to be a skill of a good streamer. Thank you. I try, and I like explaining. I think that definitely helps, and it's one of the reasons. Oops. Task tab. What are you angry about? Hold on. Let's see. Task tab not declared. Tasks tab. There we go. I don't know if I like that. It's called task tab here. Okay. Fine, you can keep your words. But yeah, that's one of the reasons I do like streaming. Since it helps me and forces me to explain what happens when I'm coding. When I'm coding off stream at least. A lot of the times I am just silent, but I do draw a lot since seeing it visually helps me figure out what's going on, so I draw a lot of pictures. So if I'm not speaking, I'm writing. And the thing with having streaming on is that I can, well, it's called the rubber duck method, where a programmer explains something to a rubber duck on their desk. Sometimes it's a rubber duck, sometimes it's something else. But I like to think of the chat as a rubber duck in the sense of I'm explaining it to you. And I said, what I said about the link is that, what's the link? Okay, so let's see. All pages left, out of bounds, get index. It is forbidden. I say that I don't want it anywhere near me. Yeah, I need to know what it is. I gotta remember I have to make sure I not click on random links. And you like to hang out with other people in Discord and you just mumble to each other as you work on things. Yeah, that is fun. I've definitely been in Discords before where it's just a study Discord, or a just relax and study, where everyone's working on something, so it's silence, but then you have like a DJ going on in the background that's just some lo-fi music. Like said music that's currently going on right now. So for some reason, it's not enjoying my task tab, and that's the question I have to figure out why. We have task, customer tab, guide, spellcasting, and this book's max size here is to go with this guy here. I know there's a way, I'd have to look into it. So let me go ahead and add a to-do there. To-do, figure out how to automatically calculate enum size. As right now, that's what it's counting. It's counting all these. I guess I could technically count the last one, but the issue is if I do end up changing these, I want to make sure that this doesn't change. Right now, I do it manually, but if I add something here and forget to change this number, that could break the entire code. So this is bad. I know this is bad. This will get changed. Ah, page number dot key set size. I see. Thank you. Never mind then. Let's just do that. So let's see. You think programmers use more blah 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 than rubber ducks? Yeah. You know, sometimes magic just happens. But since that's that, I can just go ahead and do this. Int equals 0. Then go ahead and do page name. So then down here, when we're setting up all our variables, book max size, and then I'll go down here, book max size equals, and then I can go ahead and do page name, page name dot keys, and then dot size. That makes sense. Dot size. Got ya. Like that. There we go. Thanks for that. Okay. So now that does it, and I don't have to worry about it doing it. It does it automatically, as this starts at 0, and task will be 0, and then customers tab. Yep. Okay. Now the question is, this has to be regular. Yes. So let's make this task. Now when you open up the page, it should enter task, and now we have to see why. Oh, that's why we don't have the task page on here. That would help, wouldn't it? Task page. There we go. Now it should be good. We are adding all the pages to the spellbook. That's what this is doing. And then here we're setting what pages go to where. And then from there, we're adding all of the temp tab pages. And then we're adding those to the tab pages. So now, hopefully, the code should work and more blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that is what coding is, isn't it? And it's one of my favorite aspects of it. It really does feel like, you know, aside from that, that is a bug. So let's see. What are you angry about? Tab to page, new tab. Invalid access to property or key Z index. Let's see. So right now, highlight tab is null. When we open it, let's see. Highlight tab, current page. Current page is set to 0. The new tab, set up, step up, down. That's all 0 because we haven't even gotten into it yet. Okay. Hide spellcasting. Something's angry here. Question is, what's angry? I try to make it as... that's why I want to make sure it's streamlined, so that if I want to add a page, I can just add a page, and I don't have to worry about it breaking. But it's not streamlined yet, as if I do want to add more pages here, I'd love it if I could just have new tab, new page, does everything automatically. That's not how it is currently, but that is how I want it to be in the future, as I don't know how many pages I will add. I might add, like, for example, maybe an options page in the book itself instead of you having to press escape. Something like that, so it's more in the game. Just small things that I want to add later on, but have to figure out why it's not working currently. So let's see. So we have temp tabs to page. Right now we have the task page. We have the task. Oh! Do you spot it? Do you happen to see where I went wrong in my process of naming everything? And I'm glad I checked. Just give me a second. I'll get some water as I spot the error. Question is, do you happen to see what I'm noticing? Alrighty. The error is task tab. Like that. There we go. I think that fixes it. If I go ahead and do back in here now. Yep. That single error. And with that fixed, now you can see it's pink. And when we go to the next tab, it's green, blue. But you don't see the green anymore. So something is definitely off about my ordering. That is a problem I can fix later. But for now, something's wrong here. We have this working, this not working, but overall it is working, which is nice. And this needs to be, I think, let's see, visible. So after getting perfect score, you're officially hating the spaceless typing. You know, I understand your concerns. You can take it up with HR. Oh, wait, I am HR. Okay. Oh, listen here. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made. Sometimes very bad sacrifices have to be made. They just do. Just from time to time. They do indeed. But yeah, I do understand it. The issue is making it clear, and I definitely will go back in and modify it a bit, as I do like listening to feedback, and the more fun I can make my game, the better the game will be. So the more fun, more better, and yeah, that's exactly also why I initially focused very heavy on the spell casting aspect, and that's why I made it as quickly as I could public, so people can test and play it. As you can see, adding the cafe portion and merging those together is taking forever, but just making sure it's good. Yeah, it's fine the way it is. Oh yeah, it is. You don't have to tell me twice, but I do enjoy hearing the hatred of the spacebar. I think that is something a lot of people do tell me. And I listen. Goes out the other ear. But I do listen. Okay, so I'm saying all of that. Next up, well, I can go ahead and do that. Where are we at? Up here? So here's where I highlight the tabs. So tabs do not show on top of each other correctly. Okay, so that's taken care of. We don't have to worry about that. This here is how I figure out the ordering. It's some math that I can figure out later. We don't have to worry about that. What's important is that the tab page is showing and that we're able to flick back and forth. That's what I wanted to happen. Another thing I wanted to happen for this task bit is on ready, I want the label to equal the label. So we can go ahead and make sure that's good to go. Go ahead and do label.text equals, and then have it equals a title. There we go. And there's a sound making marking the rhythm. You swear you didn't listen to it first 3 times to play. That would be the metronome. And just to show you really quickly, as I did get some complaints about that as well. Here, just right here, and let me mute this for a second, just so you can hear it. Oh, music. Oh, I found a bug. That shouldn't happen. Metronome should not be muted during the music. Okay, let's see if we can fix that bug really quickly. If I go back into our, where are we at? Rhythm player, not rhythm manager. No, yeah, rhythm manager. And in this scene, I go in and I have my metronome player. Where's the bus? The metronome bus. Okay, where's the music bus? The music bus. So why is it not doing the right audio? You know, it's like, it's good to find bugs every now and then. I don't want a hefty serving of bugs, but they're fine. Let's check the options menu really quickly. Let's see if that's the issue. But if not, I'll just note it down as a bug to be tweaked. So we have an audio label, audio bus. Let's see. Master audio label. Yeah, you can figure that out later, and when later comes around, I should have figured that out before. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna check to see if it's something I can quickly figure out. But if not, then I can only do so much with what I have. So let's see here. Bus name, this is the master slider. This is the music slider. This is the sound effects slider. This is the metronome slider. They all have the correct names. And if we go to the audio buses that we have metronome, we have sound effects, we have music. That all works, okay? And then in our rhythm manager portion, if we go back into here, into our, where are we at? Rhythm manager, and it is not fun to find bugs. That is why I code without bugs in the first place. Lies! There's no way you can code a game without bugs. You find a few, at least one. One bug per game, at least. I'd be surprised to find a game programmer, game maker who can make a game without a bug. There will always be bugs. Even the best of bugs. There's no way getting around it. It's hard to say. Let me get some coffee as Godot froze on me for a second. So I'll give it a bit. Give it some time. Did I click master or did I click music? Maybe it was a user problem. And it wasn't a me problem. Hold on. As soon as this is done freezing, let me get some more water. Godot is not sharp enough. I'm just gonna have to close and reopen it. Oh, Godot? Yeah, thank you. I knew you had it in you to change. So I didn't change master, I changed music. Metronome. The music is treating it as master. That's what I'm seeing. Master and music seem to be the same. You can kind of hear, and let me mute it for a second so you can notice. And everybody knows that bug hunting is the best part of coding. Even Eris agrees with, no, I do not. Bug hunting's the worst. I don't like going out there with a net. But for some reason, the master is working the same as the music. That is something that needs to be fixed. And to answer that question and how to fix it, I'm not sure yet, but it is going to be noted. But yes, you should be able to change the metronome sound. Or for some reason, I say, quote unquote, for some reason, the audio is not working correctly as Godot also closes on me. So that's something to note. I'm glad you asked, or I'm glad you didn't notice so I could try to use it, so I could notice that. But definitely, I think when I do release this prototype, there's gonna be a lot of bugs I have to fix. And that's why I'm gonna be excited to first fix everything before moving forward. And let's see. Well, yeah, Master, are you sure you're not misinterpreting the behavior? No, they should, music, you can hear in the background if I go ahead and play it again. They're affecting the same thing. Master should affect the master, music should affect the music, but they're affecting the same thing. If I click here on the master slider, you can see I have the bus name, Master. I say as it's both on screen. Master has the master. The music slider should be music. Master should change everything, music should only change one thing, but they're both acting like the master. No master by itself? Yeah, or would master is everything, oh, I don't have to understand that last part, but it should work. It's worked in the past, so I don't know what's changed. I haven't touched any of these settings, but sometimes settings go awry. If I go into here, you can kind of see as well, I take into name the bus name, which is this. This audio bus is the bus. We have the music, the sound effects, and the metronome. Those are the three things that I'm trying to change. And then in here, all I do is I have to set the name, but something's off, and I will have to figure it out as master is master, that makes sense. Music's music, we have sound effects as sound effects, and metronome is metronome. All of that makes sense. And then if we go back into our rhythm manager here, the metronome is under metronome bus, the music player is under music bus, and the other ones are under sound effects. So for some reason, the music is, or not the music, the metronome is being played with the music, which is weird. We'll see. So I can go ahead and, where can I put it at? I guess under options menu. I'll have on here on background bounce change. Nope. Okay. Option menu is not the one. We need, where do we need it at? This guy right here. Where can I change it at? We have here, these signals, where are these signals? On value change. All right. I don't know where I can put it at in my code, but I will write it down as that is a very important bug. Let me go ahead and write that down to note as well. Let's see. Music or options menu not working properly. That's really what it is. Options menu not working K-I-N-G properly. R-O-P-E-R-L-Y properly. Pick words to do. Okay, I have it noted on the many index cards I have. Okay, with that said and done, let's keep going. I'll go back into here, and then we can go ahead back to our task. What I was thinking about with the task is we have the task set so that the label equals the title, and then we need to change the description to the description, but that's next. Let's make sure first that the task is working itself, and everything looks fine. Everything's fine. As I sip on my cup of coffee and watch it all burn down before me. You know, that's the thing. I like game development, but sometimes it doesn't like me back. You think something's gonna take a very small amount of time, and then it doesn't. And look, flip page, so it does work. You can see, this is fine. Exactly. Flip page is working though. And I'm thinking we can just set it up in the book so that it does a signal, and it sends out a signal depending on whatever we have set up for the pages. And I think that's what we'll have it as right now until later. So for now, we have a function related to the signal. For example, how I would set page to flip page for signal is, in our book, for example, we can have it set. So we have, where are we at? Here in our on ready, okay. So down here, we can have a var. Or not even a var, really. We just, well, yeah, we need a var. And these are gonna be our signals, so I'll go up here. That's usually where I like to keep my signals. And I guess, do you do a signal in it? That's fine. Signal, signal, flip book. We don't even need a signal. It's in the same thing. Signal's only used when you're using it for cross communication. So that's fine. What I wanna have happen is have an area for example, we have our book, And then we have our, as Godot's taking to load, down here on our checklist page, we have our flip page task. We'll drag it here, and then we have our flip page task. And then what I want to have happen is just a small function under our ready. I like to keep it under ready. Maybe I should do it over ready. And then a func called flip page, or player's flipped page. So func player has flipped page, like this, and then have a void. And then in here, I would have the flip page, so flip page task, and it would be flip page task dot complete, like that. And then from there, it's completed. And what we do next is then have here, or some sort of bool. For example, here we have bar player flipped page for first time, but that feels a little bit too long. Maybe just first time flip paged. How about that? First time flipped page. Like that. And then it's a bool, and we set it to false. And then down here in our flip page function, which is turn page 2, we do if first time flip paged, or if not first time. Oh, that's not good. If first time flipped page. So let's set that to true. And then if first time flipped page, we go ahead and have it. Ew. This is where sometimes naming comes a little bit in order. But we have this here. So we call the function player has flipped page. And then we set first time flip page to false. It only goes once when you flip the page. And then if I click play, it should work. The box should turn green. So if I go to here, flip page is red. I go to next page, come back, flip page is now green. The flip page has been completed. So I think that's how we'll have to do the task for now, at least, till we figure out a better way. But that it was your first task. Can you flip the page? And you'll get the next task. So next up, we'll be having that description show up for this side of the page. The way to say, hey, this is what you do for this part. We can go ahead and have a current page, or I guess more so current index. And then this can be list or task list. Task list. And then we have to take into account all of the children here. So we can say, right, for number, this is the amount of number. I say number. But just a way to keep track of how many tasks we have to complete for our tutorial task. So we can go ahead and also have a task list here. We'll go ahead and do this here instead since it comes above. And let's go ahead and make this unique as well. I don't think we'll move it. So actually, yeah, let's keep it unique. Now let's go here and also make flip page task unique, so I don't forget. And then grab you there, and move you here. Okay. So on our task list, what I want to happen is to take into number all of the children, and then go from there in terms of indexing them. For example, flip page is at 0 index, and then we just current task. And that's how we can keep track of the task on the list, I'm thinking. And then depending on the current task, we show the task number. And I guess we don't have to count how many children, we just have to check with index. So I think this is fine. We just need some sort of variable for current task. And I say as Godot's still frozen, so let me get some water. Happy Thanksgiving, indeed. Oh, yesterday was Thanksgiving, but happy late Thanksgiving indeed. I did see you earlier, didn't I? Oh, maybe I didn't. I don't think I remember pronouncing your name. So let me try again as I'm waiting for Godot. Homerance. Is that it? Hi. I really do think you spoke earlier, but I can't recall. My memory is as simple as a goldfish. And let me close Godot, since Godot's angry at the moment. I'm angry at you too. Still mean sometimes. Oh, it gets on my feelings. Waiting for Godot. Yeah, my Godot tends to freeze from time to time. Not a problem with Godot, it's just a problem with my computer not being able to handle it, I've realized, after attempting to do some bug testing. But you know what? The good part of Godot is that it closes and it opens very fast. And yup, I see, okay, I did remember, that's good. I say the more you do something, the better your memory gets, but in a previous— oh, okay, yeah, okay. So you haven't been here. That's your first time speaking. I thought you spoke earlier. That's what I thought it was. But yes, I do remember indeed. And that's lovely. That's always nice to see. Okay, so back down here, what were we doing? I say as my memory. we wanted to pair up the variables. That's what we wanted to do. Up here, for our task list, we wanted to have a current task. We can go ahead and do var current task. Oh, heard a sound.
Alkaline upgraded the stream with 24 viewers.
Oh my! Hi, hold on. I didn't see that name. Alkaline VT? Hi, and welcome to stream. I do have a prototype, a mock-up of the game, but I'm working on a rhythm typing cafe game, and thank you for the raid as well, Alkaline. Let me show you the game, since you so kindly rated. It's a rhythm typing cafe game, and let me mute this. There we go. That should be good. And this is the game itself. It works by customers popping in, and you have to serve the customers by typing to the rhythm. So I wait for a customer to spawn in. Once the customer spawns in, we gotta serve them. Right now, you can see I'm working on a tutorial where we're trying to work on the page being flipped correctly. And oh, look, customer came in. So let's go ahead and seat them. Then once the customer gets seated, we go ahead and say, what do you want to be served? And the customer will tell us. They have to think for a second, and that's a very long time thinking. Are you sure you're done thinking? And they want a purple cake. And what that means is, if we go here, it's a bitter cake. We can go ahead and grab this customer here, and then we can go and try to serve the customer. So this is the rhythm typing portion of the game, where I can go here and, oops, you can see as well, there is still bug testing that needs to be done, as tab to index isn't working. However, let me try and reopen it again. And where are we at? Specs and Foss Unleashed. Thank you for the follow. Let's give it another go and see if I can get it working. It does work, I believe. It's just a matter of you entered when I was working on it. Let's see. Let's try again. I'm telling you. The game is quote-unquote functional at the moment. Let's wait on a customer again, and then I can show the rhythm typing. I do want to show that. That's the fun part of the game. So we'll go ahead and seat this customer and wait. Let the customer be seated, and then this happens all the time, you understand? Yeah. Working on a project, the title is working completely fine, streamlined. So sweet bitter, and you can tell it's sweet bitter because it's purple and pink, and then you can see here, bittersweet cake. Now let's see, if I don't go to the right tab, if I go here, we pop in here, okay, I don't press another button, so it's sweet, and then it's bitter, and then it's cake. So we click cake, and that's the rhythm typing aspect. So I can go ahead and do A-G-E-N-E, T-H-E-F-L-A-N-K, and that sound meant a ghost came into the game, which means the rhythm changes. So now we go slower. H-A-R-S-H-H, B-I-T-K-E-D, B-R-Y-N-C, exclamation. Now the music goes fast. So the music changes because there's a ghost in the game. And you can see him right there. It's all about serving customers, making sure you cast spells, they get fed, they have food, and the game's almost over. Let's see if we can do a memory. And let's see, hold on. If I go ahead and serve memory, we might be able to get one before the game ends. Let's see. B-O, B-O, comma, B-O, comma, B. B-O, comma, B-O, exclamation. Which then, I should be able to serve the ghost and the music should go back to normal. Like that. And that's the game in a nutshell. That customer's gonna leave and then the game ends, but thank you for coming. Thank you for the raid. Now what I'm attempting to work on is right here. You can see that flip page. Very cool, thank you. And does the text you type relate to the things you select? Yep. I want to have, right now it's just, what is it? Page markers? No. I forget, placeholders. Right now there's placeholders, but certain things you type will have certain occurrences. For example, I want the poems to be certain things. If I choose sweet cake, you can see it has certain texts, and then if I have something else, for example, if I do sweet bitter cake, something different entirely. So depending on what you choose, I want to have different flavor texts. And for example, I want to have later on, you can see here I have cocoa. So if it's related to cake, I could have something related to flour. If it's something cocoa, I could have something related to sweet food. And I overall just want to have a lot of fun flavor texts. For example, in the game, as you go on, there's different wizards, and as wizards come, for example, this is a necromancer, their flavor is bitter, and in the end I want to have some cryomancers, so the flavor will be minty, and then I want a pyromancer, so if you have a pyromancer come in, they might want something spicy, so I want to have, for example, maybe the cake variation of fiery could be lava cake, or some minty cake, and some different combinations, not only with art itself, but with the text on the screen. When saying all of that, today's goal is to get the tutorial working, and that involves making a task list. You can see here right now it's flip page, and that's working. Now I want to get the description of the task on this side of the page, which is where I'm running into issues of. Let's see if we can get that working. So music back on, and in here something's going on here that crashed the game earlier, so we'll have to fix that. But for now, let's just go back up here. We don't need to see any of that. Actually, no, we need to. Yeah, we need to go up. So back in our book, and flavor text is in the context of a game where you type stuff to make food. That's true. Is basically flavor text, a flavor text. Oh, that's lovely. I didn't even think of that, McLean. That is true. Oh, hold on. Where are we at? Count Grimheart. Thank you for the follow. So let's see. On our left page, we have our, if I go back into here on our book, we have our spellcasting, oh, not our tabs. We have our checklist here, and then on our right page, we have the description. And in this description, I need to have some sort of label, and just a whole big label saying, for example, here we have press blank to flip page. So I want this to appear depending on the current task. So let's see, in our task description, if I go ahead and add maybe a center, inner margin container, a center container, and then under that have a label, our label. I'm thinking this is where our task can go. So task description, let's call it task description, but I guess this can be our task description label. Names are very confusing. Let's see, task description label for now. I don't like it, but I guess, no. It's gonna have to be that for now. I can't really think of another name. But for now, it's our task description label, and this is our task description. Well, this should really be task description page, shouldn't it? And then that's our label. That feels a little bit better. I can accept that one. And then in our label here, task, go here, or descriptions, descriptions, descriptions go here, like that. And then we need a way to select our current task. So the idea is that depending on your current task, the description of the task will appear there to give you the player a hint at what they'll have to do for the tutorial. So we can go ahead back into our book. And down here, we have the current, I think I already did set that as well. But yeah, the current task, I did not. And since my Godot froze, that means I get a water break time. Let's see. And if it does freeze any longer, I'm gonna have to do a shutdown on it. I don't like to, but my computer can't always handle how simple Godot is, so it freezes. So I'll take a sip of coffee, and if it still doesn't decide to act up, I'll just close it. So you hear that, Godot? I don't want to do it, but I'll do it to ya. And the coffee's cold, but it's still nice lukewarm. Alright, Godot, you're getting close. Say goodbye. And if I reopen it here, click on edit, where are we at? It runs and it should open, and then let me go ahead and set the current index. Yeah, I think that's how you do it, right? You would get children and then get the index of the no children. So we should be fine. So if I go back, where are we at? Nope. This is book. We're in the variables. Here we are. So current task, index, and then we have it as an int and equal it to 0. So you start at 0 as your current tab index, and then as you go, you change the tab index. So every time you complete a task, you should then go to the next index in the task. So here, what we can do is on ready for our books and everything. Let's see, book max size, spellcasting page. That's all good and dandy. So we can go ahead and down here set the task index. For example, and I don't think I said it as well. If we go back up here, our task description. Yep, that needs to be changed so that it is, where are we at? This guy. This is our page, not checklist page. Task description page. There we go. Not only do we have the task description page, we have the task description label. That's the label we need to add the text. So then our task description label, if we go down here to, yep, our task description label dot text equals, and then we need to take our task description page, or no, our task list, there we go, dot get child. I think I can do that, right? Get child, and then get the index, and the index will be our current task index, like this. And then on task completed, so no cannot be assigned to a variable of type string. I see. Get current task index dot description. description. I think that's what I called it. In our task, yep, description. So it should give us the task description of press button to flip page. Let's see if it works. So if I click play, oh, I forgot to hide it. Let me hide it first so it show it up on its own. And now we click play. And what do we get? Let's see, levels. Oh, it works. Lovely. Okay. So just to make sure that it does work, let's also do another task. So for example, if we go into concepts, once we flip page, the next task we have to do is, let's check concepts here. Now we have the checklist, we have the task page, we have the task description. Once we learn how to open and read the spellbook, then we have to seat a customer. Okay, that shouldn't be too hard. Now we have to wait for a customer to spawn, or in this case, what I want to happen is I want it to be more organized, so I don't just want the player to wait around for a customer to be seated. I want a customer to spawn. So I want to say, all right, once this task is done, move on to the next task, and this next task here says spawn a customer, then wait for the player to seat the customer and get the customer's order. So that's what we need to do next. How to do that? Not quite sure, but the good news is it shouldn't be too tricky. We just have to wait and also give a description. So for example, once we have here, what we then want next to happen is to spawn a customer, and that shouldn't be too tricky. We already have a way to spawn a customer, so we just have to have the customer, oh, now we just have to have said customer spawn. So for example, up here, if we go, where are we at? Once the player has flipped page, now we set the current index to +1. The issue is, for example, if I have, and I can go ahead here and do our next flip page, task to complete, flip page. This one here is not flip page task, but seat customer. Seat, or I guess 10 to customer tab. That's what it can be called. And then the title is 10 to customer. And what is the description? Seat the customer with, the button is E, so I'll just say E. Seat the customer with E, then take their order. Seat the customer with E. Interact, how about that? Interact and seat. Interact with E, how about that? Interact with E. Interact with E and seat the customer. Then take their order. How about that for a description? That sounds a little better. So interact with the customer, or interact with E, and seat the customer, then take their order. That doesn't sound too bad, but it might not be as description. Oh, it might not be as description as I want. Might not be as good of a description, but again, these are things that can be worked on and tweaked. But right now, it works. It's fine. Let's go back up here, and then in our first time flipped, task list, flip page task. Now we have another task called tend to customer. Here we go. And what I was saying before is, what if I have tend to customer as the first task? What then? And that's what I'm thinking, that's probably not a good idea. For example, if I want this in a linear way, so I first want you to flip, then I want the customer, then maybe it shouldn't be that bad of having it be linear and stricter, as I wanted it to be, what's the best way to describe it? Flowing, more free. I just want it to be able to take out task and add task whenever I want, but considering that I want something to happen, the next thing to happen, that probably can't happen. For example, in use E to interact and set the customer, you also have to take their order as well. That's the thing. Your E is your interact. Anytime you do something, whether it's giving the order or taking the order, so you just need to know this button is how you manage the world in E. And I can show you with, what is it called? If we go into customer here, and our customer, where are we at? Customer scene. Our state machine's a good example. If I go into here and into a regular state, you have a enter and an exit. And for this, there is sometimes an enter state or enter, that's the way I'm thinking. For example, where are we at? In here, customer move to? Is this to move to? Yeah, okay. Where is our regular state? There we go. Regular state. Yeah, there's a enter and an update, or enter and an exit, and usually that would be you're entering from a state and exiting into another state. So it kind of transitions, and that's how I would like the task to be. But then again, that could be too complicated and not needed when I could just do it easier and just do it stricter. But it's to each their own. And hold on, I heard a name. If I go here, Hardoldan? Is that how you say it? Hardoldan? Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. Welcome to me figuring out if I'm overcomplicating things. Oh, and hold on. Starflower R as well. Hi. Indeed. That's the thing. It's like, I would like something freer, but at the same time, freer also means spending more time on it, and I'm more than okay with spending time on it, but if this is a one-time tutorial that I'm only using once, then I don't necessarily need to work so hard on it. So that's the thing of, okay, for now, I'll do it an easier way. Then if I do need to have maybe another tutorial introducing a new mechanic, then maybe I need to go back and redo the tutorial way. But if I never touch tutorial again, then it's a thing of, well, I saved time. So for now, let's keep it like that, the way it is currently, where once the player has flipped the book, we go ahead and go to the next one, which should be our customer set. So let's go ahead and have the customer task index and have it here. The customer task index plus equals 1. So it increases, and now that task index is middle state. And I'm wondering as well, where are we at? Task page, this guy here. Whenever we do this here, I'm wondering, should this be a function or should this just be the same? For example, it could just be func, and it's just called update task description. DESCRIPTION. And then in here, what we could do is void, have it be here, and then have current task index plus equal. So anytime I add it, I don't have to do the plus equals 1. I can just do this, but then again, let's just do this starting, and then we can go ahead and do update. So that's a little bit. Yeah, for now, save time. Yeah, the thing is, while a lot of people say, and I do agree to an extent, have the prototype be fast and dirty, and you can duct tape it together so you can test it as many times as you want, I'd say I am definitely more of a person as I'm trying to stall as I wait for Godot to do its thing. There we go. I tried my best to not go so strict in the beginning, but the thing is, as long as you go a little bit strict, just a smidge, then you won't have to clean up as much. It is a future errors problem. I like my future self. I want to be able to pat myself on the back and appreciate the fact I didn't give myself too much pain. We can do this here, that way we don't have to both do this and plus. That way we go to the next tab, or next task. So for example, this is task 1, task 2 is then customer spawn. So then once we have flipped the page, next up we move to the next task. The next task is, let's see, that'll be, and I'll have to make the signal, but utility dot spawn customer. There we go. So spawn customer, which will spawn a customer, and then dot emit, which is a signal, and I didn't put that in the right area. Let's go ahead and do this here. And then what we have is now a thing that says, well, we gotta do twice, but for now, let's also add here a ready function. So utility dot player took order for first time. Player took order for first time. And this will have a function, and we'll have it say func player, really could be the same thing. Player has flipped page, player took order. Player took order. And it really doesn't have to be that long. The good news is because, well, it was originally shorter because programmers had to spend time less data on the names, and I heard a name as well. Speaking of names, Myriad Minds, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. The thing is with names and descriptions is that they had to be short because of space, but now that we're not beholden to the rules of storage, since computers are stronger now, it doesn't matter how long I make the function name, but I like to keep my functions not too long. For example, keep book open, allow book toggle, but this one, player took order for the first time. It's very long, isn't it? So instead, this is a signal. We only want this to happen once. We only want to say, hey, player took order for the first time. So I think this is fine. This here, it's okay to have it say player took order, but I could also just say player took order for the first time again for the function itself, but it's fine. I think this is okay. For now, let's have this void, and then let's have it pass. So now, what I want to have happen first is that we have to make this and this. Let's go ahead and just copy this, and then I'll go into utility. And utility is where I keep all of my global signals, and I mean all of my global signals. And in your current project, there are 80 character functions and class names. Ooh. And hi chat. That sounds painful. Allow book to glee. And hi Sean S as well. Welcome back to stream. Short functions look nice at the eye and are easy to read, yeah. So I try to keep them as short as possible. So for example, we can go ahead and call these signals up here. Let's call them tutorial signals. And then down here, we have utility spawn customer, and we also have utility player took order for the first time. Let's go ahead and do this guy here. And then it's not utility, so we go ahead and do here. And then we go ahead and do signal, like this. And then here, like this, and this, and this. And then just a smidge of this. Signal, like that. So now we have two signals, one for spawn customer, and I also need to do the brackets here, like that. So now we have one saying, hey, spawn a customer, or hey, player took an order. Now we just gotta link those up. But that sounds, 80 character functions. Well, I mean, I say, but at this point, look at all of the signals I have. This utility really is, and I feel like I could at some point as well have a signal category for each and have a file for each, for example, one that's specifically cafe signals. But for now, this is fine. I keep them all under utility for any global signals, but I could later down the line maybe simplify or make it nicer to look at. As for, this is a little hard to look at. As long as I don't look at it, I just don't have to acknowledge it. Just look away. As far as spawn customer is concerned, we go to our customer manager that's in our cafe. So back in here, we have a customer manager, and then we can go ahead and do utility, utility dot, and then we can go ahead and do spawn customer dot connect. And where are we connecting this signal to? So when we call this signal, it connects to do this one here, on spawn button press. And we can go ahead and do here. We can go ahead and say, all right, anytime we call this signal or say, hey, spawn a customer, it'll call this function to, hey, spawn a customer. That's already good and good to go. The customer will be spawned anytime we say, hey, spawn a customer. And next up, what we have to do then is go to, let's see. Next up, we have player took order for the first time. How did we do that one? We can go to our player character. And then what we can do is have a variable called took order. So var player took order for first time. And set it to a bool equal to false. There we go. I don't like that. Player took order for first time. How did I set it up back in the book? If we go back down here, I think I have it in the book. Let's see. Player took order for first time is not a function. Oops. Hold on. Dot connect. 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 Like that. There we go. Are we good to go? Yeah. Okay. How did I set it up down here? If first time flip page. Okay, I got ya. So in here, what I could say is first time order taken. That's a little bit better. KN. And it is true. And it gets set to false when I take the order for the first time. We can go ahead and say here, down here, where are we at? All right, so interact with customers in range. This is where we interact with customers. This is where we take the order, and this is when we have the order taken. So utility.take customer order, and this is also where we can do utility dot first time order taken dot emit. Now we have a way to say this is when the order is taken, and we can go ahead and do. Oh, hold on, I don't think that's the right name. First time order taken is our. Yep. Okay. If first time order taken. Go ahead and set the first time order taken to false. And then utility dot, not first time order taken, utility dot player took order for first time dot emit. Well, this guy here, and then that guy, this signal, gets connected or emitted back to where we had it at the book. So that's where this guy comes into play, this function here. So when the player takes the order, this is what gets passed. And now we need to check to see, well, I don't want this to happen every single time with the tutorial. For example, I have a tutorial tab, but I only want that tutorial tab to be enabled if it is a tutorial level. And if we go back into our levels, we go back into here, I have a level data, I have level research or resource here. And then here you can see a description, show the debug menu. And I also want to have a variable called is tutorial, tutorial. And if it's a tutorial, then it'll have it enabled. So if it's a tutorial, and right now I have a level called, I think, no one spawns? Spawn, no, hold on. I forget what I called it. This is why, oh, no entities, that's what I called it. And I can just click this on. So now is tutorial is true, which means this should have the tutorial page. And then in our player character, what we can say is, if is tutorial level either here, which is okay. I don't know if I want to check it here for every single one. What I think I'll do is instead everything at this book. So it'll check if it is tutorial level, do it here, do the check here. And then back in our utility, let's see. This is our book, and our book should be able to take the utility or the global cookbook level. So down here, let's see, utility.player, passbook, merge. Yep, okay. And then down here, what we need to do, I think I have it set up in our cafe, where once the cafe is done setting itself up, all the way up here, well, not that up, but utility.start cafe timers, and I also need to do utility set book pages dot emit. And what that'll do is I already have, oh, set guide page. Never mind, wonderful. So once the guide page is also admitted, what we can just do instead is set pages instead, as this will go to our book page. So we can have this do all of our pages in our book. Let's just go ahead and do set book. I think that's a little bit better. Set book pages. Like this. That way it can do all of the book pages that we need. And then wait for it to save for a second. Get some water. Okay, water break over it seems. Back in our utility, we can go ahead, utility, and then back in here, and our set guidebook, go ahead and just have set book pages. Then back in our book, instead of set guidebook, which is in here, yep, utility.set guide pages, or set book pages instead, we can then say, have a function called set book pages. Like this, which then we can do, as this isn't a function quite yet, which is fine, it's fine. We do a func called set book pages. Oop, pages. pages. And it's void. Ooh. Void. And then here we set the guide page, and we also set tutorial. Set tutorial. Or I guess rather set book pages. If utility, oh, I heard a name. Let me hear. Let's see. Lezels. Is that how you say it? Lezels? Lezels. Welcome to stream, and thank you for the follow as well. Let's see. If utility... That's a funny name. If utility dot. If utility dot... Oh, hold on. Set guide page. Which one does this say? There we go. Cookbook.current level dot set tutorial. That's what we need. Sometimes I forget the name, but you know what? That's fine. I can always just check here. So cookbook.current level dot and then is tutorial. If cookbook.current level is tutorial, then we go ahead and show the guide page or tutorial page. We don't have the tutorial page, and that's what I want to set here so that tutorial page is enabled. And don't laugh if people say, I'm not laughing. My name's pretty silly too. Silly names are fun. They're fun to say. Why do you think I type so many silly things? Let's see. Like yours. Yours is a very silly name. Toke. Or you could say it Toak. It's fun. Let's see. If cookbook.current level is tutorial, this is where I want to set it to be. And I'll go ahead and pass for now. But I want to enable tutorial page. Enable tutorial page. Otherwise, disable it. Also, your name is fantastic. Thank you. You know, it took me a second to come up with it. When I spawned into existence, I had to really think about it. Figure out something that stuck. And I don't know if you noticed, but my name is Camel Case. I'm a function. I try to be as functional as possible, but from time to time that doesn't happen. Not at all. Let's see. Book max size, that's good to go. Now I'm thinking if I go back down here to our set book pages, enable tutorial page, and this is what I'm thinking about. For example, if we have the tutorial unlocked, then we have the tutorial pages. And Hawk Talk. Sorry, I had to do it. I'm confused on that one. So let's see. If I go ahead and go back up here, what we need to figure out is a way, as right now it works, the page size at least. Task is 0, then customers tabs is 0, and so on. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. But if we don't have task, then we don't need task in there. And then the book max size would be different, right? Oh, okay. Then I won't ask any more questions. None at all. I don't want to know any more than I need to. So let's see. Page name task. So the way it works right now is task is at 0. So that's why I'm thinking, how can we set the task page so that it can be enabled and disabled? So that's the reason for the parentheses. Exactly. I have a method to my madness sometimes. If I go back into book, that's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm trying to figure out is how can we set it so that the book pages can be earned? If task is enabled, then we have the starter page is 0. If the task is disabled, then the starter page is not 0. It's instead 1. And then from there, we have to go from 1 to the end. And so it's tricky. Let's see. If task is disabled rather, then the current tab page is different. Let's go ahead. We have to do a few things to get the tutorial working, but I think it's okay. We can always say for the default, it's probably not going to be, or no, let's set it like this. And then we can have it change depending on what it is. So back to where we were. Where were we? Back to where we were, set book pages. So if cookbook current level is tutorial, otherwise. Okay, so set book pages can be here and then set guide page. We already know where our guide page is, so let's go ahead and have that done at the top. And then if cookbook current level is tutorial, is true, then we can do what we need. But if it's not tutorial, then we need to do a few things and hide everything. So if not tutorial, we do other things, as tutorial will be enabled unless it's disabled. So all of those things will work. So then we can go ahead and say tutorial enabled. So we can go ahead and have a var called tutorial enabled. I think that works for now. Var tutorial tutorial dot enabled. Oh, tutorial enabled. ENABLED bool equals false. So is tutorial enabled? No. Is tutorial enabled? That sounds fine. As long as it's not a double not, right? So if it was if tutorial disabled, true, then that's confusing. But if tutorial is enabled, it's true. If tutorial is disabled, false. That makes sense. As long as I don't make this tutorial disabled. Then we run into the not-nots. So let's see. We can go back to where we were, down here. So if not true, if it's not a tutorial level, basically, that's what it means. So if the level is tutorial, do things as you usually do. If not tutorial level, then we, heard a sound, hold on. Goopy, that's another fun name, GoopyX. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Is enabled tutorial, not disabled. Now see, that hurts my head. Is enabled, not disabled. Is enabled, not disabled. But if it is enabled, then it's not disabled, which is true. No, I need things simple language, please. I can only take so much. So let's see, tutorial enabled equals false. And then what we can do is say, if not, and I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. This is gonna be a little bit redundant, but for now, if not tutorial enabled, return. There we go. For now, this is how we can do it at the start of our tab, but I don't like it. And I kind of feel like this can be changed, so that is if not. But for now, I don't know. I don't know if I'm comfortable leaving this here. These are for tutorials. These are tutorial functions. But if there's no tutorial, then there's no need to do all this stuff. So for now, any function we do that involves a task and flipping between tasks, if it is enabled, then we can do it. But if not, we don't need to worry about it. We can go ahead and do back down here. That's first enabled equals false. Then we go ahead and set the current tab. So current, where are we at? Current page, where are we at? Hold on. Current, where are we at? Customer page equals all pages. Okay, so if you start on tutorial and tutorial enabled, then we flip to the next page. So then we need to flip to page, and this also needs to be changed. Let me make a note of that, because I think this function name isn't very, it's not nice to look to. Turn page to, maybe this should be a enum instead. I already have page enum names. You can kind of see here, page.left. How this works, and I can make it a comment as well. Page increases or decreases, decreases, to simulate flipping book. So +1, you go forward in the pages. -1, you go backwards in the pages. That's how it's supposed to work. I don't know if this name was good. It implies that you can turn it to a certain page, but this is more so increase, decrease. So instead it should be something like, instead of Control-Shift-F, Control-Shift-R, or Control-R, Control-F, Control-R, and then do all of these guys here, and instead it should be flip page. How about that? I think that's a little bit better. Flip page, and it kind of, it's a little bit more, and then instead of new page number, little different, so it can help, hopefully. I say it can help, but it's just me. It's just me making sure I understand what's going on, and sometimes that's so much. Page increment. I think that's a little bit better. We'll go ahead and do page increment. There we go. That does not look like it is. I think maybe it's E. Is that how you say it? Right? I think. And hi, Dirt. Did I say? You were here earlier. I remember. I think you called first. So page increment equals like that. That's a little better, I think. Right? INCRE. Oh, I did spell it right. Wonderful. Okay, good. Well, half the time, I feel like programming is a spelling test. That's what it feels like, at least. I gotta quickly make sure the coding is spelled correctly, but technically, it's the way I spell it. It doesn't need to be spelled correctly. I say it's Godot froze, so since it froze, I put my drink down and it decides I'm gonna work fine. Let's see. Increment. Let's work again. Is English your native language? Can you tell? I sometimes can't. Oh boy. Okay. So if that is the case here, what we then do is flip the page. Yeah, okay, yeah. I do like flip page better. I think that works better. So if it's not tutorial, then we go ahead and flip the page. flip page, and we go ahead and do +1. So it flips the page to next. It is not mine, so this is double difficult. Oh, but you prefer to code in English? Interesting. Yeah, I'd love to see her. I am learning Japanese at the moment. I'd love to maybe challenge myself to try attempting to code in Japanese. That sounds interesting. But it's like, English is the only code I've seen. But finding out that there's other coding you could do that's not in English blew my mind back when I found out. So flip the page, and then we need to set a page minimum, page maximum. I think that's what we have to do. So for example, page minimum equals 1, and then we have a page maximum. Page maximum. Maximum should stay the same. That doesn't change. No, it does change depending on what it is. And are you next? I can't even say that word correctly. I know the word. Code in Japanese isn't that bad. It sounds like fun. But the way you say it, I don't think it is. I like a little challenge. Not too much though. I'm already a programmer. There's not enough pain I endure. Let's see, page maximum equals the same. We should be fine in that. And then we can have here a page minimum. And in that page minimum, what we do here is go back up here to our page book max size. So var book, it should rather be book minimum. Book minimum minimum size. And let's make sure that max is maximum. I mean, min helps. Sometimes I do make the variables as long as possible. Sometimes not. I feel like this is okay. Max size, min size. And have you considered drawing a Have you considered drawing a decision tree scheme instead of guessing? To which part? If you could be a little bit more descriptive. And welcome to stream as well. Besto weapon? Is that how you say it? I do have, and I can show you as well. It depends on what problem I'm solving. Sometimes I like solving it one way, sometimes I like solving it another way, sometimes just speaking it is helpful. But I can show you, I do have 2 methods I use. Method A, or rather, Exhibit A, I draw it out here, and then I go from there in figuring out what I want to do, and it's messy, but sometimes messy works for me. Otherwise, what I can do is I use a program called draw.io. And let me pull you into there. Hold on. Mesometvia? Oh, hold on. What's that? Let me see. I hope it's nothing. Ah, that is a place. I have no idea, but I understand. And that is a word. But I can word, okay? I word very good. All the time, even. You don't need to know how well I word. I can go back into here into concepts, and then I can swap it to, where are we at? Here. There you go. You can see it. And this is the other way I do it. Sure. It's true. And you're not beating the English as the second language. Let me live. Let me live and know what I know. But this is the second way I do it. Sometimes I do decision trees, indeed. Or you can see here, depending on the typing prompt, that's how I figured out how to figure out the rhythm typing aspect. So there's different ways I do it sometimes. Sometimes I need a little bit more organization. Sometimes not. Sometimes I do it this way. Well, that explains that. Some strong cope you're having there, buddy. English is my first language. Most of the time. And yeah, that's great. Yeah, it depends. Sometimes a little bit more messy, sometimes less messy. Just, I work differently sometimes. Well, so yeah, I do like flowcharts. Depending on and especially it's fun to do flowcharts when you can grab it and it moves on its own. You don't have to worry about it. Sometimes I just draw a line. But what is your first language? Ah, I see. I can't tell you that one. I can't even pronounce it correctly. That's how first language it is. So book minimum size, book maximum size, and book min size can be int equals 0 as well. And while you can't spell most of the time, I'm glad that makes 2 of us. Sometimes it's just a random spell. It's a spell check. Spell check time. Time to do a skill check in real life. So let's go ahead and do book minimum size. There we go. And then what we can do here is say, back here in our flip page, if I go ahead and here, where we at? Flip page? Flip page. this 0 is the minimum size. So we can go ahead and say if it's the minimum size or if it's the maximum size. That kind of makes more sense. I like to try as much as I can to get rid of these random variables. So instead of the 0, have it be something else as, what does the 0 mean? Why is there a 0 here? Sometimes you can tell, sometimes you can't. I'm hoping this plus and minus is a little bit better to figure out because I made it increments. So it kind of tells you why you're flipping the book, +1, -1. That way if I do +2, that means you're flipping 2 pages ahead instead. Maybe it might be a specific page you want in the future, but for now, it's working this way where it's flip page. So yeah, flip page is flipping the page. Turn to page is turning to a specific page. I think that's where it was. Your first language was baby language. Ah, I see. I'm fluent in the language of that one as well. From time to time. I don't know if you could tell off my blah, 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 blah. Maybe vampire's another language I know, so let's see. I'll go ahead and set that min size, book min size. And now let's see as well if we can Now let's see if we can figure out why the book was crashing when I tried to flip it past the spellcasting page, as that spellcasting page shouldn't have let me flip it past. And you rely on autocorrect? Yeah, autocorrect and Grammarly are the 2 programs that come to my assistance quite often. So I can open up the game, and we're back in here. And if I go ahead and do 4, we have the page, which is good. Well, we already knew we had the page, didn't we? We have to make sure we disable it. Let's do that. That's also important. I say as Godot closes. That too is a part of the process. I'll go ahead and open Godot. In the meantime, I'll get some lemonade. Just the right amount of sweetness. Sometimes I can never tell. It's a recipe I do, but sometimes I feel like I do a little bit too much sugar or a little not enough lemon juice. This time it was just right. So back in here, we also need to hide and show the pages. Shouldn't be too hard to do. Back here, I already do it in a sense. You can see book max size minus, book min size minus, and tomatoes cannot be trusted. Welcome, welcome back. That name was very red. I was surprised for a second. Oh, was that an error? But no, it's just you, and welcome, welcome back to stream. So what we can go ahead and do then is this. We'll just copy this guy here, and then back up here where we do our checking. Oh, I heard a sound. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, man. Welcome to stream. Thank you for the follow. Your first language was C++. You're advanced out here. C#, you need no more. If you're talking about programming language, my first language was also C++. Second language, technically Godot. You kind of, once you learn one language, you learn them all. But one that I specifically have done, Godot, GDScript, I guess. Not Godot language, GDScript. So C++ first, and then I moved on to GDScript. And if you know GDScript, you kind of can do Python. And a language I do want to get more in depth with is Java. I want to mod Minecraft. I do want to spend some time doing that. Let's see. Back up here where we have our set pages, set guidebook. Where are we at? Set guidebook. Our set book pages here. All right. So book minimum size is 1, and then you can't say in this stream what you think about GDScript. Do you not like it? GDScript is lovely. What do you mean? So we can go ahead and do here tab to page, name dot page name. This would be task, right? And then this would be task page dot hide. Task page dot hide. And this would also be task page dot hide, and it would also be oh, hold on. Task page is a dictionary. That does not need to be dot hide. It needs to be the checklist page. That's what I'm calling it. This is why names are important. And why these names are probably not the right names I want to choose, is I got confused, and that's not good. Don't want to get confused with your own code. So English is your third language. That explains it. Can't you learn multiple languages at the same time? It's called multitasking. Something that I also can't do, but it is a thing. You didn't even give me the benefit of the doubt. And okay, Godot's working again. This doesn't need to be task page, it needs to be checklist page. Checklist page, well, it's already hidden, isn't it? So I don't need to do dot hide. I just need to make sure that that task page doesn't show. And then I also need to make sure we flip to the correct page. So I think this will work in making sure that our page is correctly set. Fingers crossed, we shall see. So if I go ahead and head into the game, I click on levels, and we just go into the first level. This is not hidden. It needs to be turned to said page. Let's go ahead and do that. For example, the issue is, well, what is the issue actually? Right now, the current page isn't the proper current page. For example, we go back down here, where we at? Set book page, yeah. Flip page. We want the current book to be, or current page to be, let's see, all pages, current page.show. Ah, got ya. Okay. So the thing is that this happens before this. And since we changed the pages after, or set the tutorial page after, we have to make sure that we hide the pages. So what we would have to do is just a little bit of a difference. What we have to do is and that was the thing. This should work. If first time flip page and then current page.hide. Flip pages should work here. This should hide and show automatically. And according to my own research, English appears language. Taking quality appears to be her. Hold on. English appears, I can't even read it. According to my own research, English appears to be her fourth language, taking quality, diversity, and complexity of her words into account. I see. Think you're a researcher on me. I'm an anomaly, that's what I am. So my question is, why is it that when we're at this current part in the book, it doesn't work? If we go back into here and click play, and you change your mind, you're right. I know what I'm doing. Sometimes. So click play. Okay, so current page is what? Current page should be tutorial. So I guess we should make sure the current page, well, we set the current page, right? So the current page is tutorial. You really are not being... It just happens when I talk fast and I get excited. Then my words stop working. So I have to slow down and enunciate my words, and then it works better. Otherwise, it just kind of everything molds together. But we take a look, and I'll go ahead and mute this as well. Where is our audio? Volume mixer. Here we go. Okay. So in our flip page, our current page should be tutorial, I believe, and we're switching it to the new page, which should be customer page. And if I go ahead and as well show this or hide it and then Godot, where are we at? It's not showing Godot. Very odd. If I do this, does it show it now? There we go. Okay, good. If I can show you a little bit better here, so it's not hidden, it's not as small. If I go back down here, current page, that's what we're looking for. So current page, where are we at? Current page, customer page, current page is 0, which makes sense. The current page is 0, and 0 is an enum. So 0 right now is tutorial. I mean task, which is the tutorial. And then when we flip the page, the current page should switch to 1. So current page is 0. If we skip over, so I think it is step over, current page should now be 1, is what we're hoping to see. And what is it right now? Current page is 0. Okay. So I'll close it and reopen it again. For some reason, this current page is saying 0, which is odd. And we can see why. We'll go into the flip pages and then give a good old gander and understand. I'll go ahead and click play again. And let's step through the code and see why it's not coding. So I'll go ahead and click 1. And then we go ahead into next. So into the code this time. Right now, our current page, our total is null. Right now, our page increment and our current page. Current page is 0. Our page increment is 1. So our total should be 1. So if I go ahead and go step into, our total is now 1. So if our total is greater than or equal to book minimum size, our total is 1. The minimum size is 1. That works. And let's see, book minimum size. Where are we at? I think I can just hover over this, right? Yeah, okay. Book minimum size is 0. Okay, that needs to be... Wait. If I hide this and I go back down, why is our book minimum size 0? If I go up here, book minimum size, and I go back to our pages, right? That is up here. Oh! There we go. Hold on. I think maybe I have to do this. Let's give this a try. Now our book minimum size is 1, which should make sense. So if I just go ahead and quickly click play, does that fix it? Let's see. It does not. Okay. So once our... Finally, it's working itself through. That wasn't the issue, though. So once the page is 1, so if total is bigger than or greater than, and total is less than or equal to book max size, and current status is status equal open. Ah, okay. And current status equal open. It's closed, so it never nearly. The issue is because the book isn't open, it's not able to flip the page. So what we need to do is flip it. And that means or I guess, okay. Okay. How we can do this is, the issue we're running into right now is that you're only able to flip the book if the book is open. What if we, I don't know, I'm just saying, in a duct tapey fashion, quickly open the book and then close the book? How about that? Does that possibly work? For example, if I just do this really quickly, you don't even notice it because the page is loading, but set it to close so that it thinks it's open when it's not actually open. Does that possibly work if I just do that? That's my question. And book status, current status, where are we at? Cannot find member close. Status.close, status close. Disgusting. Well, I just want to see if it's the thing. This is worse than hard coded. I'm just testing a theory. If it does work, then we probably would have to figure something else out later down the line. But yeah, I'm shivering a little bit. I do agree, but I'm just wondering. And where is this current status? Current status is status.closed. Okay, the current status is status.close. Cannot find member close. Huh. What? Current status is status. Cannot find member status.close. Status dot, oh, closed. There we go, closed. There you go, you're happy now? So, hypothetically speaking, if we were just to do this and set it open before we flip the page and then close it right after, would it happen to work then? I think so. Yeah. So the question is, do we do it? And I don't know how to feel about that, but the page isn't appearing, which is nice, and we can flip back. I can't go past this page, and I can't go forward. Oh, ooh, we caught a 1. So this needs to be -1, I think, for the spell size, is how we can set it. And then that should work, and the question is, should I continue in gaming? It's not that bad, but Godot kind of agrees it closed on me. It has to think about it at least, but I mean, that's why I'm thinking it could probably be a bool, but at that point it's a thing of, whoa, if I have to make a new bool and then set it and then make sure it's enabled and check if it's enabled or disabled and do all of that stuff, is that worth the effort? Would it, debatable. Would it make me feel better? Yes. Would it take more time? Yes. Would it be faster in the end? Debatable. But for now, I can at the very least, to do, book only hides, well, okay, to do, flip book, flip page function must have status open. To do, flip page function must have status open. Doing a clean job right here, don't remind me. I know what I'm doing is awful. And I don't like it. But it works, and it's duct tape. This is very much a duct tape moment. But hi, Mash Doom. Oh, that's an interesting one. Welcome to stream, and you love taking out a tech loan. I don't want to loan anything, but welcome. Oh, I did say that name already, didn't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, man. That sounds very specific. I feel like I did read out a string of numbers. Let me double check. Yeah, I did. Tech loans. Oh boy, I'm loaning out some duct tape right now. Oh, I don't like it. Just don't look at it. It's not there. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I don't know if I call this one of my greatest moments. It feels bad. Yeah, I remembered. Oh man. Takes me a second to tell you, my memory not the best, but when I read out names, it definitely helps. And especially when names tend to be more unique, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. That also helps. So let's see. That, I can deal with that another day. Soon, TM. What I need to figure out is why when I have the max page. So what I'm thinking is, if I go back up here, max page list, where are we at? When we set it to dot size, I'm thinking it has to be -1. That's what I'm thinking. And this is flex tape level stuff. It is, and I don't like it. But it must be done for right now. Right now, I've been saying this is the end of the prototype week for the past, I think, 3 weeks. It is almost December. I really want to make sure I can get this out. And I thought I would be able to finish the game by the end of the year. I don't think that's happening. Let's be realistic here. But can I get the prototype done? That sounds realistic. So let's make sure that that works at least to some degree. And this, once we get this, we just need the tutorial. Then I can call the prototype complete and we can go back and clean stuff up. So for right now, just making sure this works. So if we go ahead and do this, and if I open this back up, now we can't go past this page, which is good. Now it doesn't crash. And if I go ahead and just quickly run over here and go up here, if I try to change the page, past this page, doesn't work. If I try to go all the way back, also doesn't work. Again, that tab bit in the middle has to be updated, but that's what to do. But tutorial doesn't show up, spellcasting shows up. I step out, spellcasting hides, can't do spellcasting anymore. Good, okay. We go back into our tutorial, that's number 4. Shows up, it is our current page. We can go behind, and then spellcasting also doesn't show. Good, good. And then, yeah, okay. Let's see. Okay, so saying all of that, tutorial's good. And now what we need to do is see about having this change. So, and I think we can test it as well, can't we? I can go ahead and mute this if I... Where are we at? No, wrong one. Here we are. Every time Godot goes, that's a lot of damage. And then it closes. Yeah, Godot doesn't like me sometimes, but best UI you've ever seen on a Godot project? Thanks! I know it's beautiful, you don't have to tell me twice. So let's go ahead and flip the page. Oh, it would appear we found something else not working. Flipping a page should work. It is not the damage. Well, what is it then? Pray tell, if it's not the damage, then what is it? Causing Godot a little bit of a headache, but for some reason this isn't enabled, or this isn't working. So if we go ahead and do like this. Oh, I know what we have to do. What we have to do is set this to true. The tutorial enabled equals true. And then if it's not true, it gets set to false. So back down here, where we do, where are we at? Tutorial enabled. Where are we at down here? In our, not highlight, but in our, here. Tutorial, yeah, there we go. Tutorial enable equals false. That's why it wasn't letting us do the tutorial. And then back up here, once the player takes the order, we then say that tutorial is complete. So back up here in our, where are we at? In our tend to customer task, you can copy that task and call it complete. Let's go ahead and do, if not tutorial enabled, return. Otherwise, we can say dot complete. We move on to the next task. Let's go ahead and click play, see if it works. I can go ahead and show levels, or, all right, flip page, done. Customer has now spawned. So once the page is flipped, it now says interact with E and seat the customer, then take their order. Wonderful. Okay, so we have, it was when, I see, yeah. You know, sometimes I can hear the silent screams of my poor Godot crying out in agony as it uses all of my CPU in one big burst. Oh, poor thing. And another thing is, we need to spawn a specific customer, but we can do that with, We can do that with level settings. For example, if it is a level, depending on the level we do, if I go back into main menu, we can have a specific level for tutorial. Then we can have customers that have a specific want, for not specific want, but specific time. For example, if I go back into here and go back into here, well, I guess to a degree, we can check to see if it is a tutorial level. I'm just trying to think. Maybe the player is trying to game the system of the tutorial, or not even game the system, but what if they don't understand the tutorial and the timer of the customer runs out? So you can't continue the tutorial because the customer left. So we have to make sure that the customer, if they leave, we spawn another customer. I think that's how we have to do it. Let me go ahead And then what we can do is just check in the cafe. So if the customer left, and we can do here in our customer manager, and down here on customer leaving, so that is here on Unity utility, I mean, not Unity. I haven't tried that one yet. Oh, heard another sound. That is Ram. Is that how you say it? Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Welcome to stream. Let's see. Sanya J. I always think of birds when I think of J. Let's see. Back here on our delete customer, when we go to delete the customer, what we have to check is if the task is completed or something to that feel. And I'm trying to question if the customer is deleted, we need to see if we need a certain measure. For example, if utility dot cookbook, or not utility, if the player does not understand the tutorial, you should make a tutorial for the tutorial. Good idea. I'll just make a tutorial for the tutorial. And if they don't understand the tutorial's tutorial, I'll just make a tutorial for the tutorial's tutorial. Easy peasy. So if tutorial, or if cookbook dot current level dot tutorial is tutorial, and then we need to do if customer, we need to check the customer. So the customer has for example, a state. If we check here, so if customer leaving served, don't do anything. Otherwise, if the customer's leaving, we need to spawn another customer. That's what we're doing here. So if cookbook.current level is tutorial, and then we need to do this. And then if it is a current level, what we need to do is spawn another customer. Since this means the customer, if current level is tutorial and not customer dot current progress equals leaving served, and this is customer dot. There we go. So the only reason we would spawn a new customer in, your computer couldn't run Unity. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like Godot. I say it's my Godot crashes, but I like Godot because it's not as hard on the computer. That's definitely one of the reasons, and despite the fact my Godot keeps crashing, I can just load it fast and slow, so I don't have to worry about that too much. But yeah, I maybe try Unity one time for a game jam. That's the only reason I would. I like Godot because it's so colorful. If you couldn't tell, I'm a fan of very colorful things, but there's always a reskin of engines. I know there's one for Godot that makes it look like Unity, and I would be surprised if there wasn't one for Unity that makes it look like Godot. And if it loads fast enough, it doesn't matter if it crashes. Exactly. Alright, so that's why I've been able to deal with Godot crashing as often as it does, since it doesn't impact me too much, just waste a few of my seconds. Let me get some lemonade. Okay. The only reason we would spawn in a new customer is if the level is tutorial and the customer isn't leaving served. So my computer can't even run Godot. It's too old for all this stuff. That's a shame. I think Godot is also on mobile, if I'm not mistaken. I think there's a mobile version of Godot. I'm not sure if it's on Android or iOS, but I think I've heard about there being a mobile version. So you can maybe check that out. That might be a thing. Or maybe I'm just speaking nonsense. You think we all have the same PC? And you think, what is it? I know sometimes it says it up here. Yeah, I've been told I have a pretty decent computer, but then this happens. Oh, mobile. Yeah, I think mobile might work. So let's see. If current level is tutorial and the customer isn't leaving served, then we need to spawn another customer. Nice ales. It freezes again. Speaking of freezing, so I'll take some water. And this is my one water bottle down. We have one more. Okay, Godot. You don't have too much time left. Otherwise, I'm gonna end the conversation here and check. Oh, there we go. Never mind. It's all good. It understood the warning. So we need to do spawn customer. Yeah. Oh, what was that sound? Sounded like my mic muted, but it didn't, thankfully. That's happened before. So if cookbook.current level is tutorial and customer.current progress cannot find member leaving serve and base customer, customer dot progress dot leaving served. There we go. What this means is then if the customer is happy and they're leaving, we don't spawn another customer. Otherwise, we just spawn another customer for the player to engage with. That's good. And then what we can do is also make a new level for tutorials. So if we go back into our cafe, I think this is where I'm keeping the levels here. Then we can do no entities, but we can call this tutorial. There we go. It's tutorial level. And then in our tutorial level, we can do some fun stuff up here. It's fine to have the sweet, the cookies. We can go ahead and also add cake in here as well. And then also cocoa doesn't get added. I will need to add a way to set the, what is it? Okay, I can show you. I can, instead of speaking it, why don't I just say it? Back here in our levels, you can see here, for example, bittersweet is enabled and there's cake. And if I go up here, and you just checked, and yes, you're right, there is a Godot app, but to me, it shows as still in development. That's what it was. Still in development, but it is a thing being worked. And you tried programming on mobile, and you gave up so fast. The only thing you're willing to do on mobile is pixel art. I can imagine that. Programming on mobile doesn't sound the nicest. I really need a keyboard. And question, did you start programming with any background, or you've just learned, you're just learning on the way? You find it fun to program on the way. You are on YouTube. I do have a video on it as well, at least in my game dev vlog. There we go. But I went to college for game dev. I stayed for about 2 years and then I dropped out. So I do have a background not only in programming, but also in game dev. And it was C++ that I learned in Visual Studio. And the game I'm actually working on was my final project for said college course. And it was in Visual Studio, so I didn't really have fun with it. But I dropped out because I wasn't having fun with it. And now I'm in Godot. So I'm learning Godot, but I have a background in C++. If that helps a little bit. So background in C++ from games and working in Visual Studio, but haven't worked on Godot before, GDScript. And this is my second game. So I made my first game in Godot, I made in 24 hours. And then this one, I wanted to make a small project and finish it within the end of the year when I started back in August. But as you can see, August, September, October, November, December. It's not been a small project, despite feeling like a small project. Yeah, that's about my background. But you can see here, memory is in here, and I only want memory to show up if a ghost is here. Small, I think a better example of what I mean is if we go back into levels under sweet cookies for sweet healers, the only thing that shows up here is sweet and cookie. However, if we go ahead to our spell casting, you can see up here that there's still sweet, bitter, and memory, and also cake, cookie, cocoa. These shouldn't be here. I want it to set so that if it is a part of the level, it sets here. So I don't want bitter to show up here. And again, only memory if there's a ghost in the area. No, that's cool. I'm glad you think so. I definitely had to learn the hard way that college wasn't for me. I think college is better if you're going into big games, but if you're more so wanting to become an indie dev, not so much, especially since I'm learning Godot. I think Unity is the one that they usually teach you as well. And the issue was, for the first 2 years, they taught me Visual Studio. And Visual Studio is not that fun to make games in. You're just working with a console. And I didn't want to work with a console, I wanted to work with an engine. And now I get to work with an engine. So I'm happy, I'm more than happy that I get to do the things I wanted to do. And well, I definitely feel like some of it was a waste. Other times, I feel like doing certain practices that I learned and picked up, not too bad. So in saying all of that, we're back in book here, and the thing, well, that's a to-do, right? That's a to-do and making sure the tabs get figured out. And let me go ahead and write that in to-do so I don't forget. And that would be in the menu, where are we at? Options menu, spellcast, select menu, this guy here. If I can double click, I want on here to only present itself when it is part of the menu. You can go ahead up here, and none of this needs to be a thing. We don't have song chooser anymore. I'll go ahead and delete you. Yep, song chooser no longer. We don't need you. And then up here on our Funk Ready, don't need any of that as well. And underrated channel, remember you when you're famous. Oh, thank you. You know, my memory's very bad, but I did my best. Truly, I'm telling you, it's bad. It's So bad. And have a great day. Thank you for coming, Mash Doom. Thank you. And thank you for coming as well, Dark. It's always lovely to have you around. Hope whatever you two get up to is very lovely. And grocery shopping time. Grocery shopping can be fun. I hope you're able to make it fun, or at least fast and enjoyable. Alright, so back on here, what I need to do is have a to-do, and then to-do, have selects only work, or have selects be level specific. So if there can only be bitter, flavor, sweet should not appear. There we go. Lovely. You promise? Oh, it's so sweet. I'll be here, most likely. I'm always here. Always watching. Have fun. Let's see. Flavor 1, flavor 2, product button. Okay, so I just have that to do there so I don't forget it. And saying all that could be something done later. What I really want to figure out is from our spell select, we then need to do... What do we have to do? Hold on. Let's go back to concepts. Concepts. Alright. Next up, concepts isn't here. Where'd it go? Hold on. If I go, oh, wrong button. Cancel, studio mode, concepts. Make sure it is concepts. There we go. We're back in the mix. Okay. Once we open and read spellbook, done. Move to customer and seat. Gotta do that. Okay. So that's the next part. Now we need to make sure the customer is seated. And I think I did set that. Let's double check. So this is why I have a checklist as well. When I forget things, and I forget very often, I can just check, as that's always lovely. I do check that a lot. That's why I write it down as well. I feel like instead of typing it, writing it can help me remember better. So sometimes I use the text writing, but sometimes I just write it out physically, and that can help me as well. But if we go ahead and attempt to try the level, I think once we seat the customer, it should turn green. And we can go ahead and check that. Oh, I remember what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to make a new level. Bad memory too relatable. I wish it wasn't. You know, if only me had to be the one to suffer from bad memory, I'd take it on. I'd take it on. It'd be awful, but it's getting there. Let's go ahead and do that tutorial level that we had. Tutorial here. And then in here we have suite, we have all of these. And we don't want customers to spawn. You can see over here, I have a customer spawn chance. And that's 0, and ghost spawn chance is also 0, which means no ghost and no customers will spawn, which is what we want. We don't want it to be debug, but we'll keep debug here for now. And level length can also be 0, since it's 0 to say that this is an infinite level. If there was a timer, or if I put 1, then it will be 1 long, but because it's 0, there's no timer. So I have, anytime you want it to be disabled, 0. It helps a little bit, and just making sure things stay the same. So customers can't spawn, ghosts can't spawn, and the game doesn't end with just level clearing, which is nice. And then is tutorial is debug, that's good. And then here for our tutorial, I want to have on here tutorial. And then we can add the tutorial to our level screen. If we go back here to our level menu here, and then we have a level button, so we can go ahead and here, and we go here, we add another level here for level 5. You go ahead and do 5, and then back here, all of this needs to be changed. I will be setting it so that there is, for now, it's this, a lot of duplication, but I want to have a level button, so it's not as bad, but this gets changed as well. Speaking of, to do, make level button. There we go. That is also there. I don't forget, as I did, and I'm liking these to-dos. So on here, we can go ahead and do level 5. If it won't stop us, so it froze. Gonna take a water break. Opening up the next water bottle. Okay, and saying all of that, where are we at, Godot? Oh, hold on. Nope. Okay, Godot. Oh, never mind. It heard me about to say it was getting left behind. Okay. I can go ahead and copy you, and then go ahead and paste you on level 5. 5, mouse entered, mouse exited, and that's the description, so we can go ahead and do level description, level.text, yeah. Don't worry, this is gonna be its own thing. For right now, it's all of this, but that's gonna get cleaned up. It will be, most certainly. And then on here for our level pressed, we can go ahead and do a here. So disconnect, reconnect, and then level 5. And this gets down here. You're getting moved. You're not going there. Nope. And then this also gets disconnected. And this gets disconnected, I said. Where are we at? Disconnect, reconnect, and connect. Lovely. Okay. And then disconnect. I said disconnect, and then reconnect. Yep. Okay. So those are not connected. That gives us the level 5 description. We can go ahead and move this up here. And then we do this. And we load the level 5. Okay. And then up here, we need to set the level 5. Because this needs to be level 5. And then this needs to be the tutorial level. Oh boy. Soon TM. This will be changed. But for right now, this is our tutorial. And now what's great is it counts as the tutorial level. So for now, it's working. It's streamlined. My level buttons. I just need to add a level button to make it a little bit better. And then if I go ahead and enable here, you can now see we have another level, and it's our tutorial, which is different than our new one spawns. So this should take us through the tutorial. That's what I want this to be. And saying all of that, let's go into volume, and go ahead and where are we at? Here. So I can hear. Okay. Go ahead and click tutorial, and we have the tutorial. So flip page, done. Custom response. I also want to add a sound when the customer spawns and when a ghost spawns. Usually I think in games it's like a little bell ringing. I think that would be fun, or something else. And this page, or this book won't be see-through. This will be changed. But for now, the customer, and I want to see, I say as the customer spawn timer is also not to the best. We'll give it a second to wait it out and see. If the customer leaves, another customer should spawn. So let's see. I'll go ahead and have some lemonade while we wait it out, and I think this is 120 seconds. It's way too long. I'm patient, but not that patient. Let's go ahead and have it spawn a If we go back into our tutorial level here, it'll only spawn Medimancers, which I think is A-okay. And if we go to our Medimancers, we can set some settings. In our Medimancer profile, our line patience, let's set it to low. And then if we check here in our customer profile, the bell can be used when customers ready to order. Ooh, that sounds good, yeah. I'd love to have lots of little sound effects. I think could be fun. And I definitely think that's something I'll add before the prototype gets released, just so that people can have a better understanding of signals, like how with I changed the rhythm change or the tempo change to be a little bit more specific with changing the rhythms. But yeah, bell sounds fun. I think having one for when the customers change different things, when they're ready to order, they have different things. I think that can make a difference. I think it can make a difference. And I think something else that could be fun to keep in the aspect of music is, if you've ever heard of Don't Starve or Don't Starve Together, each character has a voice, and their voice is specific to an instrument. So what if for each wizard class, they have a different instrument? For example, maybe for the necromancers, it's an organ for their voice. Maybe for the cryomancers, it's a guitar or something. I think that could be fun to add a bit of variety. And I like how Don't Starve does. I like how Don't Starve does. I think that could be fun. Okay, so in saying all of that, I just want to check the line patience. Right now, the line patience is set to 10 seconds. Let's set it to 5 seconds. And I can just do it like that. And now our Medimancers will be very impatient while they're standing in line. And click play. And now, if I go ahead and click levels, when we spawn a customer, their timer should go by fast. There we go. I don't think I saved it, but it looks like that looks more like 10, doesn't it? More so 10 than 5, but when they die, or when they leave, they get respawned. However, you can see in that debug, someone's nodding, or someone's not happy. Where are we getting that error at? That's currently occurring. On spawn button pressed. Can't change the state while finishing queries. Use call deferred or set deferred. Huh? I don't even know what that means. On spawn button pressed. Can't change the state while flushing queries. Use call deferred or set deferred to change monitoring state. Huh? If I go here, condition body gets space and flushing queries is true. Nope. How do I copy again? Copy error. Okay. And then I go to the old Google. Yup, time to Google. The issue is that's such a specific thing that it's a little hard for them to know what I'm talking about. But yep, time to Google. As it seems to be working. I'm getting tons of errors, but Godot doesn't seem too angry at me. It just has an error, but it figured itself out. But I think it's the type of error that isn't too happy with what's going on. Go ahead and close the game, and then Googling time. Let's see. Can't change state while flushing queries. It says to use. Okay, let's see. Studio, and then I go here. And then I bring you into close, make you small, drag it up, and do one of these moves. Alright, so what is Google saying at the moment? If I go ahead and do transition, we get can't change while flushing. So for them, they have a disabled and enabled. I have a function I think that I'm doing, or adding to child. Let's see. You're supposed to set the beautiful red wall of text at the bottom of the screen. I think you have a bug problem. That is anything from beautiful. It's horrifying. It's the thing made of nightmares. When it comes to, that's what added. You're supposed to use the disabled bool deferred. Deferred means after the next idle frame, I think. You use it like something, something, something. Set.deferred, disabled, true. And disabled is your collision. So, dot deferred. You can change the state of physics objects while in the middle. Oh, can't change it. Where area entered and area exit signals run. Okay. So I need to do dot call deferred, and then which basically calls the function a bit later when all the physics operations are complete. Or use call deferred on any other method implemented by an object. Okay. I think I understand. It's getting an error because it's not happy of the order I'm doing things in, and it wants me to do it a little bit later. So I have to do call deferred currently, or yeah, use call deferred. And it wants me to use it here. So I have to do something like customer, so I can save it. Customer list dot call deferred, call underscore deferred, and then I have it. This is the method, and I want the method to be add child, add child. I think like this, and I do comma, and then this is the child, which is the new customer, like this. I think this is what I have to do. Perhaps. And then we can go ahead as well and see about the Necromancer. I go back to the Necromancer, see about changing that timer. We go back to the profile, line patience, low, medium. Low should be 5 seconds. And then back in our customer profile, 5 seconds line patience. Okay, now let's click play. So, what do you think, Godot? Do I understand it? Click 5, go ahead and open, next page. Okay. The issue with calling deferred is that then it messes up everything else since it's trying to set the profile and all of this stuff. Okay. We're having some issues here. The issue is by doing call deferred, it pauses this and does everything else. So could I technically do call deferred for everything else and then do it like that? Would that work instead? But I have to do call deferred for this as well, so it waits for everything to be done. Maybe that could work. I'll give it a go, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'll go ahead and have this lemony. Alrighty, Godot. Time to sharpen up. What do you got for me? Step 1. Oh, you did. Okay. So what I'm thinking is I also have to make this call deferred. New customer dot call underscore deferred, like this, and then like this, and then string name or method name, which is this method, and then like that, and this, for all of the here, like that. Maybe that can work. I'm getting more confused by the second, but let's see. I go back into levels, 5, space, flip, patience bar dot show, cannot show method on a no value. Okay, more call deferred it seems. Godot also didn't like me doing that as well. Okay, I understand Godot. I see your problems. I acknowledge them, and I'm willing to have a talk over some tea. How about that? We can surely have a civil conversation without anything going wrong. Surely. Okay. I'm wondering if we can just do all of these as call deferred? Maybe. For example, this function can be... Oop, wrong button. Wait spot dot. And I'll just make sure I make these all this as well. And then we do wait spot dot call underscore deffered ed. And then we do this as this, assign character, and then we do the function like this. And then we do the waiting bar, then new customer dot call underscore deffered, and it is show waiting bar like this. Now everything should get called at the same time, mayhaps. Is that how it works? I'm not sure, but I'm trying. That's all that matters. I mean, it doesn't work now, I'm sure eventually, but if I run at it enough times. All right, I click 5 now, open the page, flip page. Now what are we angry at? Invalid call, non-existent function call, defer a node-based target. You imagine Godot as an annoying kid. I can see Godot as the what would you call it? The title teller, the rules lawyer of the game. According to rule on page 632, rule 4928b, you forgot a period right there. Therefore, your argument is invalid. I can see it. Let's see. Okay. I don't think call deferred worked. Not one bit. If we maybe look at this guy here. Okay. So call deferred, which means you're trying to start. Call deferred executes a function later, not immediately. Okay, how about this? Instead of using all of these guys, let's not do that. Instead, what we should do is if I go ahead and wait for all of these to get... Oh, well, that's okay. We'll do this. Thankfully, I did save the old ones. We should just be able to do this. And also be able to do this. And then, what I'm thinking is... we go ahead and spawn... There's a button now, isn't there? On customer spawn, attempt spawn. Yeah, there should be something called spawn customer. There we go. Okay. So now what we're going to do is grab you and do you here. And then on spawn customer, attempt spawn. Oop, not you. Oops. You need to go to spawn customer, which is you. As all of this is fine. If wait spot occupied equals false. We just need to do call deferred. So then what we can do here is spawn customer. Well, okay. Call deferred. Call underscore deferred. DEF. Or I guess instead, what we could do is something like this. Call deferred. Call underscore DEFF. DEF. I think I do too many F's. F. Yeah. ERRED. Call deferred dot. Or like this. And I think this works instead. That way we just do the entire function next time we can. And that might work better. So if I go ahead and click play. And I go ahead back into the game. Go ahead and mute that game here. I go ahead and do tutorial. Flip page. Alright, what are you angry about? Texture of compress texture base object nil. Okay. Okay. And it's always the problems you don't think will be a problem. When starting this, I did not imagine we would get down the rabbit hole called deferred. That is a painful one. All deferred. Okay. That didn't work. And it also shows an error when we do try to do the other thing. The question now is, how so? And I don't know. That's the answer we have to find. Let's see. I can go ahead and close this tab. Can't change the state. Maybe some more looking at call deferred. Let's see the error again. I think that might help. Go ahead and click play. Where are we at? Levels, tutorial. Go ahead and do this. Okay. Oh, oops. Hold on. Something's wrong with this customer here. That profile. Oh, oops. Did I ever change this? I never changed that. Maybe that's why it's angry? Hold on. If I do this, then do this. Okay. And then go back down here. And on our customer here, call deferred now. DEFFEFERRED. And then this and that. And then this, like that. Does that work now? Does this say okay? One of it was call deferred. Now they're not all call deferred. Maybe it works now. I open this page, I flip to that page. Okay. And then it's also 5 seconds is working. And now I think we won't get the error. We don't get the error. Ah, I fixed it. Great. Oh man. I'm so glad. I did not want to spend the next 40 minutes attempting to fix said bug. But we're good now. Look at the customer. They're spawning. This is lovely. Look at them. Look at them go. Look at them come. Yeah. Great news. Okay, I'm getting eliminated for that one. Oh boy. Thank you. I guess you don't take them out. I was expecting to be here for the next 30 minutes trying to figure this out. The next hour, it becomes 5 o'clock and okay, maybe we can figure it out in the next 20 minutes. Nope. Oh boy. Okay. Good news. That's lovely. Okay. So now if the customer leaves, because this is a tutorial level, it doesn't end the tutorial. You gotta finish it unless you leave the tutorial. So now we need to tend to customer. And tend to customer only happens when we take the customer's order. So interact with the customer and interact with E and seat the customer. Then take their order. Okay, so let's go ahead and seat the customer. And wait for them to be seated. Now they're reading. And I think we might have to add symbols or something, as reading is R, and it's temporary right now. It's a placeholder for R to be reading and exclamation to be, hey, I'm ready for my order to be taken. But I should be able to just walk up to them and take their order, and now their order's been taken. And it is a sweet, sweet cake. So if I go back into here, now the order has been taken. Once the order is taken, now we need to say, go to cafe or somewhere. So how do we say, once the player's here, how do we guide them into the cafe? I mean, not cafe, we are in the cafe. Into the spell casting room. I think maybe we should have something pop up or have them move or something else. We could even guide them towards the area. Not quite sure, but now we need one for go to. Yeah, we can see the spot, and the thing is, I'm not sure how I'm going to dress and decorate this area. I'm gonna have books and windows, and I think that'll be fun, but since I'm not sure how to get them to the spot, we need to have them guided. Yeah, I'm thinking a green area can appear, but also maybe it has to be some sort of arrow or something to say, all right, now move to, or go to cafe, or go to spellcasting area, that sort of thing. So some way to say, go to this spot. And then once they go to the spot, then we need to go, and I can show you. The first spot they need to go to is here. Then once they're here, they need to go here so that they get the spellcasting page added. So here, then here is where we need to say. Okay, that's good news. This is lovely, I'm surprised. Oh man, I really thought we were about to be in bug paradise for a second. At least Queen's bug paradise, not mine. Okay, so with all that said, we can go back into here, and back in our book, let's go ahead and close the levels menu. We can also close the spell screen, and in our book, we can go ahead and add another page, and here will be go to spellcasting table. Here we go. And then what does it say here? Go to spell casting table. And then we can go ahead and say enter spell casting room on the left. Or how would you describe it? How would you say go to this location? How about instead of a dot, we have a marker? You can only dream of buggering. I know! I know, and it's awful. Oh man. It's bad, super bad. I'm thinking what we have is follow marker to spellcasting table. Follow marker to spellcasting table. And what I'm thinking is, perhaps, because of the way we have things made and set, if I go back here to cafe, we have these things on the table, or yeah, we have these tools to our extent. And this is what I was talking about with having something set up for future uses. And in this case, I mean pathfinding. If we look here, you can see in our cafe background, if I enable collision, or not collision, navigation able to be seen for show, all of this can be walked on by the customers and the ghost. So what I'm thinking is we have some sort of entity, or maybe red dot, start at the player's location and move all the way to this area. So kind of a trail marker to show, go this way, go to this direction. And once it reaches this area, then we reset it to the player's position. So it always has the, it starts at the player, moves there, and has the player follow the dot. I think that's good. And saying that, what we need is some sort of entity to go to that location, which shouldn't be too painful, I say, but could be very painful. And thank you. The question is, will it work? Not too sure. The good news is I have the targets. I have the tools at my disposal. Can I do it though? Not too sure. For example, I have this target manager here. Oh, not target manager. I have a target, and I can just place this target down here, make an entity, and the entity should want to go to that target. The entity will be spawned at the player's location and then want to go to the location. And in saying that, I'm thinking we could just make a red ball really quickly, a duplicate of the customer or ghost. And yeah, let's just do a duplicate of the customer for now. We'll go ahead and do a customer. Where are we at? In script here, customer, and customer is in customer. Makes sense. I'll go ahead and move duplicate you too. And I'll go ahead into I feel like this is common. And this is a target finder, target seeker. What would you call it? And just imagine with a place with alerts and red bold text everywhere. It gives you chills just thinking about it. Oh yeah, it gives me chills too. Kind of go and crawl up my neck. Oh. I don't know how you do it. So commons, we can create a folder. And for now, we'll call it the tracker, or target dot path follower. How about that? We can call it the path follower entity for now and say okay. And then we move. In here, we have a little path follower entity, and where's our customers at? Customer. Oh, it took our customers from us. I was trying to copy, not do all of that. Hold on. Copy. Someone likes to watch the world burn. Exactly. Say, I'm not the chaos lover around here. They are. Pure, unbridled, complete chaos. And why did it paste? I want this. Copy and paste, and I don't think it did it correctly. Undo. Copy, duplicate. You are not the customer, you are the target, or path follower. Path follower, duplicate, and you are the path follower. Duplicate. Path follower, duplicate. And now we have the customer here, and I need this customer to go back to customer. If you could so please, customer. Let's go ahead and move them back up to the customer, scenes and scripts. Okay, good. And you too, you're not a part of this. And scenes and scripts, customer. Wonderful, okay. And then from there, I'm thinking maybe we could just do the player or something. If we go back into our, go into our path follower. They're not a customer, they're just they're like a ghost to show you what to do. Let's go and do customer. And then this needs not be customer. It needs to be disconnected from customer as it is a path follower. Go ahead and connect that. And now you are a path follower. And then what we can do is say there's no states, there's no progress, there's none of those things. It just has the move to state. That is the only state it knows. And we can go ahead into our state machine and do move to state. And that is it. And it doesn't need to know about idle, it doesn't need to know about sit, it doesn't need to know about order, it doesn't need to know about patience, none of that. It doesn't need to have, it needs to have all of these are fine. It doesn't need to know about sprite seat, it doesn't need a seat animation, it doesn't need a, let's see, a lot of these things it doesn't need, and it is an entity, and it is called a path follower. It doesn't have a profile, it doesn't have a progress, it doesn't have any of these things. We can go ahead and do all of you, nope. All of you, we don't even need any of you, really. Let's go ahead and get rid of you, like this. And then profile, process, all right, this does not need to be needed. So, none of you. And then delete it all, exactly. All this red has to go. Does not need to be a thing. Let's see, by ghost, process, nope. Use, set timer, nope. Let's say on patience timeout, nope. And update patience bar, nope. All of it gets deleted. All right, and then down here we have, well, path follower is an entity, so it gets a target, and the target will be the player. And there can't be bugs if you don't have code. Exactly. If none of us, then all of us, or if all of us, then none of us. If everything is nothing, then nothing is a bug. Oh man. All right, so we don't need state number, we don't need number, we don't need progress. Don't need any of those things. We also don't need this animation player. We can go ahead and get rid of that. And what's our sprite gonna be? I think our sprite should just be a little cute bowl. Maybe a little skull. How about that? I think a little skull could suit it quite well. Hold on. A sprite. A sprite. There we go. And I'll pull you into a sprite for a second. Wondering how fast I can do a skull. New. We'll go ahead and make it 8x8. Like that. And here we go. Alright, this is the best skull you've ever seen. We have the head here, we've got the jaw, and then we have the eyes, of course. Let's do one eye here, okay, maybe more so like this. Skull! Isn't it scary? The scariest skull I've ever seen. How about one of these? Yeah! Totally looks like a skull. How about, I feel like this is more skull. It kind of looks like a lightning bolt, doesn't it? I think it works. Maybe one of these. Perfect. Alright, export PNG marker. We're calling it path follower marker. Beautiful. Haven't seen anything more beautiful than this. And I'll go ahead and save it in our here. Happy skull. He's questioning your decisions in life. That's what that skull's doing. So let's see, let me save it. And here, save it as you. All right, there we go, lovely. All right, back into Godot. And now what we can do is, in our path follower, we have that sprite. And I can go ahead and grab them here in our materials, then go back into here, then go back into textures, grab that beautiful sprite. I haven't seen a more beautiful thing in my life, and there he is. Can't you see him? I sure can. 100%. Go ahead and centered animation region. Nope, none of that's needed. We do need the scale to be bigger, so where is it? Hold on. I don't see my beautiful sprite. Where is it at? Godot's freezing. I don't think it wants to be shown. I'll give it a second. Maybe I made it too big and that's why it's angry. Oh, are we back? Nope, it's just frozen. Can't handle it. Give it a second, but if not, I'm gonna have to reset. Yeah, I think it's on a frame that's not needed, perhaps, as there's no animation that needs to be played. Maybe like a bouncing ball animation we could do. Shouldn't come to that, but I just wanted something temporary. I just wanted to have a little fun with the sprite instead of making it its own thing. Yeah, there we go. Reset, reset. Oh, that is huge. Big, huge, humongous. All right. Let's go ahead and set your position to there. Let's set your position up, I think, a little bit. Should be a little better. Like here, kind of above the ground. And the image is too high resolution. Exactly. It can't handle it. Okay, I think that's good. And if we go into here, there's no animation tree that plays, so I'll go ahead and delete it. We have the path follower. None of that needs to be played. And our state machine. Ooh, we don't need any of this. We'll give order. Nope. Move to exit, set customer, move to target. That's the only one we need. And then process exit, utility. None of that needs to be. If initial state. Nope. For child state, child finish. Go ahead and grab all of you. Grab all of you. We'll set target, move to target. That one's good. Okay, customer order. Nope. Initial state, current state. Oh, oops. Undo all of you. So redo all of you. Then copy and undo all of you. Okay. Whew. I almost got worried for a second. This needs to be duplicated. It needs to be changed if I go ahead and do, because this is the ghost. I don't want to delete the ghost state machine. So ghost state machine needs to be changed to duplicate, and this needs to be path follower state machine. And then we can go ahead and where are we at? Path follower state machine gets moved. Godot can handle up to 256x256 resolution. I mean, mine was 8x8, but it was too intense. Too hardcore. Far too much for it. I couldn't handle it. Couldn't take the heat. I'd have to get out of the kitchen. There we are. Path follower there. The path follower state machine, and then path follower, where are we at? We also need the state machine of this guy here, which is the move to state. Move to. And then we also need this to be deleted and duplicated. Customer move to state, path follower, move to state, duplicate, and then this needs to be moved to path follower, move. Wonderful. Okay, and then we can go back to our path follower. This is path follower. This isn't state machine. So this needs to be set to our path follower state machine. We can go ahead and subtract our ghost here, and then subtract our entities. Open up here, when our path follower, that would be good to have it in common, but I'm thinking since it is technically a quote-unquote entity, move it in here for now. And then what we can do is hide customer, open up path follower, and we can go ahead and assign our state machine to state machine, and then go ahead and disconnect our customer move to state, as this is now our path follower move to state. There we go. Oh, how did I do it? It's gonna be like this, I suppose. Path follower. Don't know why it's like that, but I don't want to. This is one of the things I'll have to change. And your SSD with your OS fired, huh? I might need a little bit more of a description on that one. Let's see, path follower move to state here, and then we don't need any of this. We don't need an animation player. We don't need an animation tree. We don't need a, well, we do have a move sprite, the regular sprite. And then our body is our path follower. And then we don't have an animation, so we don't need any of that. We can go ahead and set all of this up, and then var state machine. Nope. Don't need any of you. 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 Wonderful. So now, if I go ahead and spawn this guy in, little Skeletor here, it fried itself. Oh, I'm not good at computer stuff. Your SSD, that's something for a computer, right? And your OS is your operating system. So something happened to your operating system that burnt it, I think? Perhaps. I'm trying out here. And our target is set to this target here. If I rename this target, it is called the desk location. Desk, well, spellcasting desk. Spellcasting desk location. There we go. And we can go ahead and have this go here. So what should happen when I enter the game is this little guy should move all the way to here. And let's see if that works. Go ahead and click play, and oops, customer move to state. Oops. This is no longer customer move to state. This is now, this is a new raid. It is now path follower move to state. Here we go. And it also, now state machine, it is, state machine. Oh, state machine needs to be changed. This is the path follower. That. Ghost state machine's still okay, right? Where is it? Where's our ghost state machine? Ghost state machine is okay. Yep, okay. And our customer state machine is also okay, right? Double checking. State machine. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Oh. Huh? What is this? State machine. Ghost state machine. State machine. Ghost state machine. Okay. You know what? That is a future problem I will deal with. And make sure I don't forget it. To do state machine names are reversed. Okay. It's almost 5. That's why I'm gonna skip this problem, come back to it soon. I want to see if we can get the little guy going to the direction we need it to. Yeah, something's off. And let's see, Windows crashed, SSD, hard drive. Oh yes, hard drive, I remember that, fried, which makes the PC run no longer existed. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Oh no. I hope you get that figured out soon. That is, oh, I remember my computer was on during a storm, and because I didn't have my computer in a bank, I learned that, well, the bank, the security bank that you put the power in, these are very specific terms here, because it wasn't plugged in, it burnt out it corrupted the drive, which meant I couldn't access that drive unless I was in safe mode on my computer. I had to have this explained to me. I have no idea what that means, but it was terrible. I kind of know what it means now, but I mean, it was hard. So if I click on this, okay, so if body.target, invalid access to property or key target on base. Let's check here. If I go ahead and click hide, if body.target, navigation agent.target position, invalid access to property or key target on base object of type nil. But our target is a thing. Our target is the spellcasting desk. We do have a target. And had to use an old one with an old backup. Lots of files, lost a lot of files which cannot be recovered. Yeah. Is there any way? Maybe you can go to a... No, I tried that too. Oh, that's just... Oh, that's really bad. I hope it wasn't too much, but you said a lot. Yeah. No, I don't even know what. It's just bad. Character. Path follower. Okay. So, if target.body... This is saying it's null. I'm confused. Path follower state machine. Node not found state machine. No. Oh, no. Path follower state machine. State name. Okay. This is our path follow, and then state machine, state name. Okay. Already state name. If I click play again, and that happens to you a couple, yeah. Blue screen of death did not have backups, but thankfully the most important files were somewhere else. Yeah. That's just mean. If I click play again, we're now in if body.target, and then navigation agent, target position, body.target, global position. There's no body.target is the issue. However, we do have a body.target. That is this guy here. Okay, I'll print body.target and see what we get. Print body.target. Yeah. So if I go ahead and click here and pause here, I'm wondering if we get null. Let's see. Level 5. Okay. We get freezing. That's what we get. Let me get some lemonade. Delicious. 140 gigabytes just software. Lost in Unity. Oh, yeah. I mean, that reminds me I need to. Well, thankfully I've been saving mine on GitHub, so I don't have to worry, but I do have a lot of files I need to save on some sort of thing that's not my computer, as my computer is not the best condition you can see. An output? No. Okay. Path follow state machine, node not found state. Relative to... Okay. Where is this showing up at? State name.text. This is not a thing. And this is not a thing. Is this why it was angry? If we go back down here, state name, yeah, there's no state name. Like that. And then current state. Ooh, I got ya. There's no follow player and there's no set to wander. And this is path follower state machine. Okay. Making sure. Sometimes it's off. You have all your things on your mobile the day someone steals. I try to make sure I keep my things on drive for that. Yeah, that's a specific reason. Utility.start. You don't need any of those. Okay. Initial state then. Now if I click play, does it work? So if I go ahead and click levels, I click 5. Great. Print body.target. Body null. Body equals path follower. Did we set the body? I don't think we set the body. So hold on. In our path follower state machine, initial state. Yep. Body is not set. There we go. Move sprite needs to be set. That is also not set. Navigation agent also set. Okay. Now let's try and hi Hollow Tempest. Hi back at you. Welcome to stream. Welcome to the pains and crashings that it has to offer. I hope you've been well. So let's see. If I go ahead and click play again, now our little skull guy should go to the location. He's here. He's not moving. Huh. Okay. What are you working on? We're trying to get this marker to show the player that they have to go all the way up here. So we want that guy to run and go to the desk to show this is where the player has to go. Right now I'm working on a tutorial for the game, and I'm trying to show the player this is where you do the spell casting portion, where you summon food to serve customers. We need this little guy to go all the way there, and I heard something. Hold on. Where is... Oh, thank you for the follow. Lovely to have you on here. Yeah, right now we're trying to go step by step and figuring out how to teach the player how to play the game. And the idea is that you spell cast food and you create food by playing a minigame. But to play the minigame, you have to stand here. But if you're in the game, you don't know that room exists. So we want to have this little guy here mosey his way all the way up here to show the player this is where you're supposed to go. And, oops. Unless Godot decides, you know what, this is where I'm going, and crashes, which is a-okay. That means I just reopen it. And edit. Let's see, that's the hope here. Yeah, oh man, I really do need to do more backups. Even the concepts I had for my project for Necrotype Cafe, the one I initially had since August, that got corrupted. So I lost that entire concepts file, and now I have to make a new one. So I'm making sure I keep a backup of that, as for some reason I just get a corrupted screen when I try to reopen it, which is really sad. Okay, what I'm seeing here is that it's not having the navigation agent work. For example, we go here, we have this little guy, this little path follower, and he has a target, which is the spell desk location. Maybe because of the layer he's on. For example, we need him to be collision. He exists on the customer layer, which is fine. Fine for him to exist on the customer layer. Well, really, he needs to exist on a different layer. It can sense the world. All this is okay. It needs to have that customer feel to it. This works. Yeah, make a backup using GitHub or Godot. Yeah, exactly. And hi, Bandit. Welcome back. I do remember that name. Yeah, Google Drive is a really good one. All of my code is saved on GitHub, but I really do need to be saving things in Google Drive too. So let's see. Target, that's good. World is good. That makes sense. And you are in the world of... That should also be good. So I'm questioning why it's not following the target. If we go back to here, in our state machine, our initial state... Oh, that could help. Having that initial state set. Okay. Does that change all of our problems? Let's see. If I go ahead and click here, and we go ahead and mute it here, and I go to levels and here, look at him, he's working. So now he's gonna go and follow along, and he's gonna get to his place and location. Oh, I do see a debug. The player is gonna be told to follow this little guy here. And this little guy is gonna go to this location and go from the player to that location to show this is where you wanna go. This is where you're moving to. And does GitHub autosave your assets or just the code? It doesn't do either. It doesn't autosave, at least for me. You have to commit. I think that's the word it uses. You have to click commit your changes and save your changes. I'm still learning how to use it. I've only been using it since this project, so it's its own thing, but you have to save it manually. Godot saves manually, but you have to say, this is when I want to save changes. For example, I saved at the start of the stream, and then once the stream is over, I'm gonna save at the end of the stream so I have everything saved. Or whenever I complete a big part of a project, I save it. As if I save it midway, I wanna make sure I always save it in a functional part of the project. And yeah, you commit and save your changes and you can have multiple branches. Yeah, it's still something I'm trying to learn how to do. And do what you started, creating several alt Gmail accounts and using the drives. Yeah, that is definitely a really good tactic. Just have a lot of accounts, that way you have a lot of storage, especially if it's for certain things and certain aspects of what you're working on. Speaking of, let's make this guy faster. Probably like, I'm thinking maybe 150. Very fast. And then from there, once they reach the state, let's see, once they reach the state, and how do we do that? Move and slide, state machine, here, and path to follow state. Physics body update. Okay, what I want to happen here is once they reach their location, have the player move to that location, or have it teleport to the player, wherever the player is. And that's the tricky part. We need to have it know where the player is at. Let's go ahead and also have it do at export var player, and it is going to be the player or player character. There we go. So it knows who the player is. It has to know who the player is. That's very important for this node. And then from the state machine, we go here, and then on our run in at ready, we can go ahead and have its position equal, and then we can go ahead and have it have the player's position. So position equals, oh, hold on. I guess an enter is where we can have it set, since we're entering the state. So back down here, in our enter state, once it's entered, we can have it do position dot, and it should be global position, shouldn't it? So global underscore, global position. Oh, hold on. It should be body dot global position equals body dot player dot global position, like that. Yes, but what you mean is if the assets get saved too. Oh, like the sound files. Yes, they do. Yep, they do. The sound files, the videos, anything. Yep, they do. And oh, yeah. Nope, doesn't only save the code, it saves the whole project, which is really nice. It's definitely helped me a few times where I've made a mistake and I've just had to delete everything and just go back to what I initially had, as if it only saved the code. That'd be very painful to have to find the assets and make the assets all over again. So thankfully, I don't have to deal with that. Oh, that'd be painful. Let's see. Physics update. Navigation failed because it was made before first map synchronization. Navigation map change. Ooh, that is not good. I always run into this bug, or not this bug, but this error, and I never know how to fix it. It just magically fixes itself. And let's see, the root folder where the project is saved within, yeah, is all backed up and saved. So you'd have your root GitHub project name folder, and then every other folder lying within the folder. Yep. For those curious and want to know how to save their Godot folders, or not Godot folders, their Godot projects, Godot GitHub, where are we at? I use this guy, and I'll link him. It is this tutorial I watched to get the gist of how to save my programs, or my programs, my games. Here you go. That's the video I watched, and I thought that was the most helpful for me. So maybe it'll be helpful for you too. Let's see. All of that. I'm trying to think, how can I change this navigation agent? And I'm not too sure. I'm gonna go ahead and have lemonade, and then we can continue. Alrighty, Godot. Let me at him. Let me in. It's freezed. Frozen at the moment. Doesn't want me to continue. And thanks for checking it out. You should. I hope it's helpful. and that's fair, yeah. But be sure to have more than one track. Yeah, you should. Multiple backups. Always. That is something I've had to learn. I think last year I tried making a game back in a summer. I wanted to do a game in a summer, but all my files got corrupted. And that was no fun. I have all the video footage of me recording myself making the game, but the Godot file itself got corrupted, so I couldn't do anything. And yeah, because an external, yep, gotta have everywhere. So many saves, so many backups. I've learned my lesson. Oh man. Okay, so that said, when we reach our target, that's what I'm trying to do. On target reached. I'm thinking we have the navigation agent here. On target reached. And how dare that error fix itself? It should wait for you to fix it on its own. No! Let it do its own. I don't want it. I don't want whatever it has to offer. It's fine. You know, let the error be its own thing. It's okay. I understand how the error goes, and let it be its own thing. It's okay the way it is. Let it embrace itself. Oh boy. Okay. Navigation agent. I don't know. I'm still not too sure how this works. The collision, the sprite, all of those things are fine. This guy being on customers, not too good. We have a customer target layer. We also have the product layer, objects, ghosts, layer 8. This is what it really needs to be on. It needs to be on a new layer of its own called path follower, LOWER. And then it knows about the world layer and it knows about the target layer. That is good. And then if we go back to our target, and then we go into here for our target scene, the target can now know about this guy. So if we go into our collision layers, area 2D, here we go. Right now it knows about customers, it knows about ghosts, and it also now knows about the path follower. That works. And then I'm just thinking, we need a way to spawn it. We do have that. And Black Friday sale, good day to get some spares. You do make a fair point. I just got a hard drive for, I think, 1 terabyte. That's the most amount of storage I've ever had. Might have to wait until Cyber Monday. But yeah, I might invest in more storage. You can never have too much. Not enough. Never enough. And our path follower, I think this is good so far. Then when we have a cafe, okay. Once the path is reached, that's where our navigation agent comes into play. We have once target reached, connect. And once the target's reached, and we have path to state. So here I'm thinking, once target's reached, have it teleport back to the player. Body.global position, body player.global position. I wonder if this is gonna work, we'll see. And then go ahead and press play on the game, see if that works. And as a person who runs about 4.5 terabytes in your personal PC, never enough. You've been debating upgrading 2 of your drives to 2 TB. Those are words I don't understand, but they sound important and big. TB, I know those are the biggest ones, I think. I'm just starting to understand those. It's like miles and feet and centimeters and inches. Never been good at those measurements. But I do get it. Terabytes, there's gigabytes, and there's kilobytes, right? Kilo is the small one, and then it moves to gigabytes, and then I think it moves to megabytes, and then yeah, right? Exactly, what are we saying? Got ya. Games, lots of games. Oops. Okay. Invalid access to property or key, global position on base object of type nil. Interesting. Right now in the game, the player is, or the body. Well, the body has been set. It's saying it's an object. It's not saying it's null. Body.player.global position. Okay. Maybe it's null. Maybe I didn't set it. Hold on. I don't think I set it. I say as Godot decides to close. You know that feel? You're running out of storage on both your laptop and phone? Yeah. No, okay. Real MK is also one... Those look like big numbers. And you mean Baldur's Gate 3 alone is 150? That sounds like a lot. I would need a visual representation. Like, visually, how big is it compared to the other? Your motherboard needs more MQs. Big numbers. That sounds like a lot. So path follower, yeah, that's why it gave me an error. Player isn't here. We assign it a player now. So now it knows what player is. Okay. Let's see. offers 2 slots, so it's great. Easy. Okay, so if I click play now, it should go up there, and then it should teleport back to the player. There we go. Lovely. So now it should show the player, hey, this is where you have to go. We can make the speed a little bit faster, but now we have a way to show the player that, hey, this is how you... Ooh, that's not good. The player can't push this guy. If I'm walking with it, look at it. If I... Here, yeah. That's a little weird. I did do it, but look, there's something weird going on. What is this? And oh, I see. Moved over to the other side. Yeah, this is oof. Why does this not work the way it should? Is it because the player is able to interact with it, do you think? The good side. The wild side that can't be seen on screen, therefore has more privileges. Let's see. If we go back into player, I think it's because, aside from Godot crashing, I think it's because the player is able to interact with it, possibly as why. But the thing is that the player shouldn't be able to interact with it, since I don't have it set in the world with the player. They should be on different layers, so the collision should be separated. And bold of you, bold of you to assume I have to pick a side. I see, playing for both teams. Getting them both at both ends. You could be anywhere. Anywhere, but nowhere. Okay, let's see. Path follower is in layer 8. That's where the collision is. And then if I go to player, great. And I go to the player scene, I click it. They should only be able to detect the world. And that's true. That's what 1 is. So layer 2 is where the player exists, and mask is where they can detect. And then in our path follower, the path follower exists. Oh, where are we at? Oh, it's here. No, that's not it. The mask can see the world. Maybe it doesn't need to see the world. Maybe that can work and work that way, maybe? If I click play again, maybe that can fix it. If I click levels and then this, maybe now the target follower can, oh, hold on. I'll give it a second. And then, nope, that did not fix it. Huh, okay. I want to see if I can fix it. It is 5, but I want to see if we can get this working quickly and see if it solve itself. But for some reason, the player is able to interact with the path follower. They shouldn't be able to. Player's collision shape exists, or this area, right? Oh, no. It can sense all of these layers, which is fine. That's what we wanted. Product, object, this is ghost. 8 is the one that it should not be able to detect. That's not showing up on 8. This isn't, okay, this is an 8, and this is an 8. So why can the player detect it? And on another note, do you think Godot could be used to rig a VTuber model? I've seen it. I don't remember where, but I've seen someone use it to rig a model. Yep. Or not VTuber model, but more so lip sync. They used it as like a lip sync machine or a creator. I've seen it though. I have, certainly. I can't remember. But it has indeed. Yeah, using their skeleton external facial tracking code. Yep. Especially since Godot can also work in VR as well. It was new technology. I don't know how it works, but I know it exists. Collision. How is this guy not working? Is there a way to disable monitorable? Maybe like that? Then maybe we can make it so that it can't be seen? Oh, no, this is our target. This is not what we want. I'm thinking if we disable our collision here, then the player can't be collided with, right? So if I click unhide levels here, I'm thinking the player cannot run into it now. Oh. What was that lag? Oh man, but it works, right? You can see now the player, if I move here, or move here, yeah, I'm not able to push it anymore. We just need this guy to be faster now. That should work. And then I just want to make sure we have that task completed, and then we can call it a day there. And he did mess around with it. Borrowed a Python facial tracking program from GitHub. Made some changes and made it so that you can, let me reopen this, made it so that you can run it from a UI button in Godot and read the facial data. Interesting, yeah. And yeah, no problem, really. Okay, I don't do that. USB talk. The technological side of things. I'd love to learn more about it, but then again, anytime I do, it just hurts my head. And I realize it is beyond my comprehension at the moment. Oh man. We'll make this speed, I'm thinking 200 instead. And then, technology. There's someone in my Discord at the moment who's making their own game engine, and it's so interesting to watch. So if I click play now, the guy should be very fast. Super smart nerd over here. Exactly. Never better time to be a nerd. Let's see, if I unhide this, it should show the game again. There we go. And now it should be speedy. Fast. As fast as they come, so the player can see it following. And I think it needs to be maybe faster. The good news is now it can... Ooh. Now is this the game itself? And it didn't come back to me. It just stayed where it is. I don't see it anymore. It's disappeared. Where'd you go? Well then, it would appear he's a little stuck. Just a smidge, just a... just a smidge. Oh, poor guy. Poor Godot. It cannot handle it. Not at all. He looked like he has a headache. He can only nod in silence at the tech talks. I'm with you on that, liar. I can only hope and wish one day. Okay. Let's see. Why is it doing that? Let's start there. If I don't have a collision layer, what if I do that? For example, my collision shape is disabled, and that didn't do it. That made it angry. And he's had a little bit too much coffee. Just a smidge. Not too much. Just a smidge. Just a wee bit. If I disable the collision on any layer, does that help if I click play again? You need to learn programming language in Python. Oh, you need to learn a programming language. Blah, blah. You need to learn a programming language. Is Python the best to start on, or just straight to C++? Well, I didn't learn Python. I learned C++ first, and then I went into Godot, or GDScript, which is Godot's language. The thing is, a lot of people compare, this is a little bit too much in my ear. A lot of people compare GDScript to Python, so it's kind of like I'm semi-learning Python, but I didn't have any problem learning GDScript. So I think whichever one you're more comfortable with. The college I went to had C++ as the starter programming language, but then once I wanted to work on Godot, Godot is more so akin to Python. Well, that's where I'm at right now, and I haven't had a struggle. The only struggle is I miss pointers. I miss my pointers in C++, but it's been overall fine aside from that, and he's gone again. I don't think he's coming back. I don't think he's coming back, yeah. I see. Well then. I'm gonna try to work on this a little more, but I'll have to end it here. Otherwise, I think this is gonna take another 30 minutes to an hour to figure out. And, oh man, oh boy. That would be a sight. I don't want it to be too lengthy. So let me go ahead and where are we at? Anyways, I keep reminding myself I need to set it to be a thing, but then it's not a thing, and then it ends up painfully. But I can do it here. And let me go ahead and swap us back to the screen as I go ahead and close my Godot and save it in its moment of little tracker freaking out, otherwise everything goes okay. Little tracker working, little tracker, dancing, everything else, fine. There we go. And I'm gonna go ahead and commit those changes. So we're all good to go. And you know you can use DD. Oh yeah, that's true, you can. Yeah, if you don't want to, they were asking about Python or C++, but yeah, you can use C++ in Godot by using the extension. Yep, the thing is, I wanted to learn Godot's native language since it's supposed to work with Godot, so I didn't want to learn a language from a language. Thank you, fellow nerds, this helps a lot. I'm so glad there's so many people who know what they're talking about. I hope to join them soon in their ranks. That'll be it for me today, and if you're curious in seeing me attempt to figure out more of this, since this will be the last day this week of programming, but I'm gonna work on it this week, at least by myself, not streaming-wise, but I have a Discord. Let me make sure that is linked. And you can join the Discord, and in there I have a devlog, and I type in there whenever I'm updating the game or trying to work out things. So it's a way to keep track of everything. And stream, thank you. So tomorrow we'll be doing some Undertale, and we'll be playing Undertale. We'll continue from where we were, and last we left off, it was entering the waterfall. There we go. So tomorrow we play Undertale, and then after that, we're gonna work on some assets for this game. So we'll try to decorate the cafe, and then after that, we'll see. I'm hoping once the tutorial is done, we add a bit more polish to the game, and then we'll be good to go from there. Good stream. Hopefully you don't miss the next one. Fingers crossed. Undertale should be fun. It's a little bit of a break from programming and game making, but you know what? 'Tis the season soon. So I figured. Aside from that, though, thank you for coming and thank you for joining. And you just try to poke in when you can. I start streaming while I still here. Yeah, I do. I'm trying to see about times and time zones. A lot of the time zones are a little bit off, but thank you for coming and thank you for joining on the stream. If I do add another day to my week of stream, it'll probably be Wednesday, and maybe I'll do 6 hours, but I gotta figure out how to save these streams so people can watch them afterwards. And it was fun talking to you guys. And times this happens. Exactly, yeah, I can only do so much. But thank you for coming, thank you for chatting, and thank you for sticking through these bug pains. And I'll see you all either soon or tomorrow. We'll see which one. Or maybe never again. That works too. But thank you all. And if watch channel would help, yeah, I have a well, it's on my YouTube, but I definitely want to chop up stuff a little bit more to be more consumable. But thanks for coming all. Alright, see you soon.